What is up, everybody? Welcome on into March Mascot Madness number 3, part number 8. Today we crown a champion number 5. The big question is, will it be Louisville for the third consecutive year? They will have a tough test to get through, tough sledding. I don't know where it's going to be a difficult task for them is the long and short of it. They are the only unranked team remaining in this entire tournament, though their defense has played well enough to where you think they should be ranked. I actually am surprised when I loaded up this game and realized that they weren't ranked. I thought they would have been. But, you know, sometimes you have a down year. No big deal. This is a 2007 video game, 2006 video game. Who cares? Whatever. It happens. First up, let's get you a nice reminder on the brackets. We'll get you set with some interesting things that we have still going on here in the tournament. Number 1, we still have match predictions in first place with 39 points. It's a Guessing Game is right behind with 35. Fart King with 30. Go Cougars with 27, and they are locked into that 27. Beebs Picks 26, but has a potential of 34. And myself in last place with 23, and I'm locked into that. So the important teams are going to be Louisville, Kansas, Florida, and Syracuse. Those are the 4 teams that we're going to be watching for, and I think somewhat conveniently they all play in separate games. We have Louisville in this one. Oh, Syracuse and Kansas play each other, and then Florida in the end. So kind of that Arizona and Georgia Tech game doesn't really mean a whole lot, but the first, third, and fourth games of this video do mean quite a bit. So let's get it started. I think that the only real movement here, the Beeb can get up to fourth place, but I think because the people above have the one person that she could overlap to get third also has Syracuse, so I think the best that Beeb can do is third, but it's probably gonna come down to Syracuse and however far like a Louisville or a Kansas goes. It's gonna be interesting. Florida could win it for somebody. It's a guessing game, can end out with a potential of 59 points. There's a lot going on here, which is nice, because in the last tournament, by the time we got to this point, the brackets were all like done and locked in and nobody was moving position. But in this one, we have a little bit of shifting that can go on. But again, it's going to depend on who's doing what here in today's game. I have opened the wrong, I want that tab, and I want that open. There you go. So with that being said, let us get started with game number 1 of the Elite 8. It is the Louisville Cardinals visiting the Tennessee Volunteers. Louisville, because they are on the tippity top of the bracket. They will be on the road for the remainder of the tournament. They will be visiting the Tennessee Volunteers. Louisville has been decimating their opponents. They've fallen behind a couple of times, but they've recovered very nicely and made the games not even look close. So there you go. By the way, we have 8 games for you today. We have the entire Elite 8. We have the Final 4, which is 2 games. We have the third place game. And then last but not least, we'll be crowning a champion here in about 3.5 hours or so. So about 6:15 or so. But here we go. Let's go ahead and get game number 1 started. Remember, I do have to fix the skill level, because for whatever reason it didn't save and I always forget. And then I always say that I forget and then I forget. So Louisville, though, doesn't have to travel far from Kentucky to get to Knoxville. They haven't, even when they've been on the road, they haven't had to go far. Except for when they had to battle Oregon State. Wait. I sneezed. Just shut up. I'm not even bored. Here we go. Game number 1. I think we have enough candidates for a top 5 situation. I don't 100%. I'm pretty sure that we have some contenders. It's been an interesting tournament. We've seen a lot of games kind of thrown away at the last moments that could have been fantastic or close finishes and just haven't gone that way because they just haven't. But here we go. Louisville wins the tip. Not a good start for Tennessee. You don't want to give them that kind of shot inside. That's an easy 2. Louisville will set up in their defense. Winner will face either Georgia Tech or Arizona in the next round. That is a nice move by the by the Tennessee Volunteers. Nice aggressive basket there. Gets the foul call and one opportunity. And converts the free throw. So 3-2 here. And kind of a fast start. You see Tennessee working with that little diamond defense action there. Meeting them about 3/4 court. Working them up to the mid-court line, looking for that. That was very, very bad defense on that shot there. Trying to work him into a trap, a double-team trap there at the mid-court line. Tennessee's got to be smart here. Ooh, that's not what you want to see. How? Nice interception there. Nice block defensively, though. That's good recovery by Tennessee to not give up the basket and at least hold them to nothing and make sure that they aren't having to deal with their full court press. That's the key. If you're going to beat Louisville, you have to force them to miss shots so they can't set their defense. But we'll see. 5-4 here. Very curious. Any team that makes it into the Final Four will get to see a total of 3 times in this video. That's a nice play into Chen. Just a little slow on the pass there. Chen was wide open. If he gets it to him a step earlier, a second earlier, you're looking at an easy 2 points. Instead, he'll go to the line to shoot 2. Could be looking at an okay, easy 2 points. All kind of balances out in the end. But you definitely want to see that, like, that pass just a little bit earlier to just make a nice, easy layup. Louisville working dangerously close to that. Oh, backcourt line. Tennessee trying to get the backcourt violation. Unsuccessful. And this is the first free throw. Tennessee rattling these Cardinals a little bit after the foul. Oh, 0 for 2 from the line. This is good news for Tennessee. Good news. Louisville has struggled a couple of times early in games. Mosley with a little 2. That doesn't do anything. Kind of got tipped there. Out. The rebound got tipped out and got put back in. Also, we had an offline follow, so thank you for that. Coming up later, nice drive there by Lawrence. Was that an out of bounds play or was that a foul? Looks like it's going to be a foul. Shoot 2 from the line. Salabasal picking up his first foul. Second team foul, rather. Second free throw up and good. Coming up later on the channel, we have more K's on the Wild Masks. Thoroughly enjoyed my time with it last night. We'll be taking on world number 2 today. Salabasal with the ball. Driving inside. Kicks it over to Pryor. Pryor thought about running it inside, but elected not to. Nice little bounce pass to Everett. Everett catch and shoot 2 there. Puts Tennessee up 5 points. 11-6. This is an unfamiliar territory for Louisville. They've been behind before. Just Louisville usually gets those runs. That's what they've been. That's what they've done so well in this and previous tournaments. Is just going on like just an absolute tear. Everett, nice aggressive basket. That's what you want to see. Beat that full court as quickly as possible and be aggressive to the line. If you noticed there, it was a 3-on-1. There were 3 volunteers to 1 bird. Ben Hill is going to come out of the game for Louisville. They're picking up another foul. We likely won't see him for the next 14 or 15 in-game minutes. Lawrence loses the ball. Pryor comes up with it. 2-on-1. Salabasal with a spin move. Not a great play. Pryor can't get the shot. That was a bad spin move. That's another one where you just need to throw it forward. We saw it earlier on the play with Chen, where it's just crisper passing. A little better on the passes, and they're looking at 4 much easier points. That was unnecessarily complicated. Basal find a little bit of room. Tennessee off to a big run. 15-8 with 3.5 gone or so in this one. Lawrence inside. Nice flip up. And in. Everett found a little hole there. Oh, nice job by Louisville to get the steal regardless. 3-on-1 in favor of the Cardinals. Kind of backed out and just let that dunk happen. 3-point game. Tennessee did such a good job to break their full court press that first time and then still gave the ball away anyway. It's going to be frustrating if you're a Tennessee fan. Somehow threaded that. We have seen so many shots like that against Louisville. And even any team that kind of runs a little full court. We saw Kentucky run it in this tournament. That player in the middle is so good at picking the ball off. That's usually where the turnover happens. That dunk was missed. That shot was missed, but a foul was put on that play. Mosley might be coming out of this game here after picking up personal foul number 2. Second shot up, second shot good. 17-14, 3-point game, and we do see that player come out for Tennessee. Spin move there. Now Tennessee would be theoretically well equipped to deal with a full court pressure because they are in the SEC, which means they do deal with the Kentucky Wildcats a couple times a year, and almost a 5-second violation. That was about as late as you could get without getting a 5-second violation. Everett kicks to Basal, who drives inside on the opposite side of the lane. You have 4 birds hanging out. Ooh, into that double team steal animation. Once you get into it, it's difficult to get out of it. Whitney's going to bring it up. He has that 3-point specialty sticker on him. Bounce pass inside. West misses the shot. Sweeney comes up with the rebound. Everett pushing the pace. Nice little lay-in. 19-14. That's out of bounds. Nice defense there by Tennessee, who remains up 5. Tennessee has been very crisp about getting the ball up the court here. That was a terrible pass. If that wasn't intercepted, I think it may have actually been a backcourt violation. There was absolutely no reason for Tennessee to make that pass. Everett picks up his first foul. That's the 4th team foul. They had that defense absolutely beat and then just threw it back for no reason. West into Hill. Hill gonna get contact, but they'll just call it out of bounds. Over to Everett. Everett to Basal. They'll throw it forward. West with that nice interception. That's what I was referring to earlier. That little kind of hovering in the middle player there. Whitney throws it over to Lawrence. Lawrence over to Marshall. Tennessee still up 5. Good defense here. Deep into the shot clock. That's a beautiful little fadeaway jump shot. 3.5 to go here in the first game. Part number 8. We're going to do it. We are 56 games in. We have 8 games to go for that beautiful round 64 number. Basal, nice aggressive play there. Just keep it. There wasn't a whole lot of room for him to do anything else but just drive to the basket. But I like seeing that aggressiveness. Don't let Louisville reset in the half court as well as the full court press that they do. Make them commit one way or the other. Marshall throws it in, but it's stolen by Tennessee, who has Pryor on the run. He'll be nice and aggressive. Can't get the basket to drop, though. Fourth team foul. First for Whitney. Put the Volunteers up 6. Not 100% sure what the biggest deficit Louisville's faced in their recent tournaments. They did have one of the better games of the first tournament, one of the weirder games where, I forget who they were playing. Got that to drop off the right iron. Where the lead switched between 10-point leads like 3 times. But in the recent tournaments when they've been so dominant, especially in the last one, I don't think they've ever really been down by that much. Unfortunately, Louisville missing another free throw. That's at least 3 that they've missed just off the top of my head. It is a 4-point game. Just keep that in the back of your head as we move forward through this game. Pryor, not super aggressive to get to the basket. Maybe had a player in there. Nice bounce pass. Could have gotten him a little bit of space. Solobasal is going to take a little mid-range jumper. You love to see it. Splashes it home. Marshall. It's going to be a defensive foul. He'll go to the line to shoot 2. 16 fouls here on the Tennessee Volunteers in the first half. 24-19 game. I have no idea why I keep yawning so much. Hilliard to Solobasal. Nice steal by Lawrence, who will immediately put up the 3 off the right iron. No good. Nice. I like that call. I like that. Hey, if we get the 3, knock it down. No big deal. If we don't get the 3, hopefully the player, in that case it was Whitney, hopefully they're down there with just no one else. And it's a nice easy offensive rebound that gives you an extra shot. Tennessee falling apart a little bit here. The wheels are getting a little wobbly. Lawrence gets a clear lane, 24-22 now. These are the runs you worry about when you play Louisville. Your team gets a little out of sync. They start to get a little bit of confidence, a bit of rhythm. They're forcing a lot of turnovers, which is kind of the Louisville thing, defense to offense. Tennessee, if you're Tennessee, just weather the storm a little bit. Don't let it rattle you too much. Solobasal with a nice move to get a pretty open look there. Nothing doing, though. Missed shot leads to a break for the Louisville Cardinals. There's a little alley-oop layup situation, and just like that, we have a tie game. 24-24. Louisville going on a huge run here to tie this game up. Normally they go on these big runs to win games or to take leads and kind of maybe even put the game out of reach. But I think we're looking at a 10-0 run here, 24-16, 24-18, 8-10 point run. In the last couple of minutes, they have held Tennessee absolutely in check. Throw that up to Pryor. Pryor's got to be more aggressive with that. You got a guy breaking towards the basket. He was drifting a little bit to the right, but he still was very open. That was probably a pretty easy adjustment in basket there. But it's something that we've seen Tennessee not be super great at, which is aggressive passing. That'll be a defensive foul. Or at least timely passing. Aggressive probably isn't the right word, but we've seen a couple of times where shots would be a lot easier if they just went a second earlier, a step earlier. That another unnecessary pass that is intercepted by the Louisville Cardinals. We saw that earlier with Tennessee as well. Marshall's going to hold on to this ball. He'll find Lawrence. Lawrence is going to step out of bounds with 4.1 to go here. Tennessee will rocket it forward to Sweeney. Sweeney. That was a... Chen is going to get that shot up, but it wasn't in time. I don't like that little mid-range shot. 3 seconds is more than enough time for you to get to the hoop and get a layup. 26-24 is the score here at the end of half number 1. In the Elite 8, Solobasal misses that shot. And Louisville comes away with the rebound up by 2 points. There's a shot inside. Foul. 2 shots coming. Drinking a little Mountain Dew Rise again today. Peach Mango Dawn. It is, it's okay. We have to get up and get a Kleenex here in a minute. I sneezed right as this game started. Now my nose is bugging me. Not 100% sure what happened on that one. Farts. Oh my goodness. 1 whole year. Thank you for the 12 months, Captain Kobe. Appreciate it. Whitney. Drive it inside. Short shot is missed. Louisville's up 4 here. Going on a 12-point run. They have held Tennessee absolutely scoreless. We saw something similar to this in one of the games yesterday. One of the Tennessee players picked up their second personal foul around the 3-minute mark or so of the first half, and so they subbed him out. And that is when things started to get a little wacky for the Tennessee Volunteers. Why can't I sponsor my channel, cash in my channel points to sponsor the championship game? There's a little dribbler that's missed. Just because it's not on for very long, there's not a lot of opportunities to tell people that it's sponsored by a certain point. It makes more sense in the football. I wanted it to be sponsored by Uncle Ryan's Fart Emporium. Great. 33-26. This is a 17-2 run in favor of Louisville. Solid, drive it inside. Up and in. If I cash my points, will you honor this? Yeah, I'll honor it. Go for it. Marshall. Working here on the right side. 5-point Louisville lead, though it feels like a lot more. Whitney with a nice shot there. This is the benefit of being a long-term sub. Yeah, sure. That's fine. I don't have a problem with it. Passes to Hilliard. Hilliard into the double team. Chen. Sponsor a sporting event. 10,000 points. Redemption. So now I have to remember this. Thankfully, it's in the channel point redemption stuff. $35-28. Anyway, what I was saying earlier was Tennessee made a substitution, and that's when they went into a funk. We saw this yesterday with Alabama. They were on a tear. A player got a second or third foul, and they brought in their substitute, and the substitute just seemed to completely derail what Alabama had been doing and played so well. Alabama ended up scoring 6 points in the second half and losing their game and just getting blown out. The March Mascot Madness Championship brought to you by Uncle Ryan's Fart Emporium. Put a registered trademark emote after that. Or a character. Solid. Passes to Hilliard. Hilliard working with the Tennessee Volunteers, who all of a sudden find themselves down by 9. Another turnover. It's been an issue for Tennessee. They've been able to get through the full court press of Louisville not terribly difficultly. They've had ease getting through it, but they've just made so many bonehead plays on the other side of the ball that has completely negated what they've been able to do to get through the full court press. Just like that. Plays like that. Chen has no reason to spin pass from the corner like that. Off the left iron. All the farts you ever want with none of the hassle. Oh boy. Chen to Hilliard. Hilliard loses the ball. Lawrence. My goodness, this game is falling apart. I didn't even say anything. Last time I was like, go Alabama, and then they just dropped the ball. The other day I said, I don't want Louisville to win, and then they came in and crushed. Oh my goodness, if you wanted to know, is Louisville going to walk to the championship again? God, I hope not. They have a really rough road. They have Arizona, Kansas, Florida, and North Carolina are all within the top 5 ranks. How's your bracket faring? Your bracket is faring pretty well. I think if Syracuse goes all the way, you'll end with 86 points, which will put you in first place to win it. Because I believe you're the only person who still has an active champion pick. Everybody else's championship pick is long gone. Oops. Goaltending. (44-30). It was 24-16, 24-18, somewhere in there. And Louisville has gone on an absolute tear. Let's put this game pretty out of reach here with under 4 to go. Tennessee still has a chance. I like the big orange mascots play basketball. It's a great mascot. I'm happy that they're still in the tournament. They have a tough test against Kansas today. Everett up and in. Nice play there. Now only down 10. I think that substitution might be a key here for Tennessee going forward. Bounce pass to Hill. Hill drive it inside. Lost the ball. Oh my goodness. Tennessee showing some life here in the last minute or so. Everett kicks back to Pryor. If I were him, I would have kicked to the right instead, but no big deal. Solid looking for a little bit of room. Everett driving inside. Little mid-range jumper. No good. West comes away with the rebound. That was a kind of a forced shot. Louisville up by 10 here as we enter the final 3 minutes. I don't think Tennessee has much of a three-point shooting presence. So they might have to be super solid on the defense and just chip away with twos. But we'll see what happens over. Oh my goodness, you can't miss that shot. Sweeney with a little hook shot. That's missed. Chen getting another opportunity to make a basket and just can't. I like how they had to make them non-spherical for the physics to make this to make sense. Tennessee showed just enough life to maybe think about making it interesting. Cut the lead down to 10. Got a couple of steals, just couldn't put it in the basket on the other end. Whitney up to Pryor. That's where Tennessee needs to be more aggressive, really making sure that they're throwing the ball farther forward once they get through the main defensive front of the Louisville Cardinals. But 120 seconds may just not be enough for the Volunteers here. And we're watching a lot of full court pressure Louisville basketball. Howe coming in for Hill. Might be a helpful substitution on the Louisville side of things. Lawrence lost the ball. Pryor with it. Easy dunk. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Ooh, 46-38. Whitney. Oh, Pryor stealing the ball here. Nice easy lane. Gets it. It's all of a sudden a 6-point game. Tennessee flirting with making this interesting. West back to Lawrence. Almost a 5-second violation. Lawrence kicks to Marshall. Marshall working about the free throw line here. Tennessee would be smart not to foul. There's a 3 seconds remaining. You get that. I don't know. Whoever programmed this really made that final second on the shot clock like that. That is way too powerful. Too consistently it goes in. Pryor for 3. No good, but the tip in is no good. Out of bounds, Tennessee ball. Did a pretty good job of trying to get himself a little bit of space there. See what Tennessee runs. Finding Shen, I don't think that's who you want shooting the 3. He looks like a big center. Salabasal off the side of the backboard. Tennessee at least flirted with making it interesting. But unfortunately we get at least, well, we get 2 more games of Louisville, so get excited. Oh, God, I wish they would lose. Louisville wins the tournament, they're banned. .4. Louisville hasn't been great at shooting free throws, though. All of a sudden, Tennessee's decided, no, we're not going to foul anymore. All right. And your first Final Four ticket has been punched. The Louisville Cardinals moving in to that spot. They've defeated yet another team on the road. Another team where they were down. And another game where we get to watch them play slow-ass, boring basketball. Louisville moving on. That was an important pick. That was a Final Four pick for one of the brackets, so that is good news for them. We will move on to the second game here of the bracket, or of the part, and that is going to be Arizona taking on Georgia Tech, a ranked matchup. Louisville, again, the only unranked team remaining in this tournament. They'll have their hands full with either Arizona, who I went the wrong way for, or the Georgia Tech Buck Bumbles. I forgot that last time I said that if Georgia Tech won the tournament, I would play Buck Bumble on the Nintendo 64. And now here they are. Opportunity to get into the Final Four. They will be hosting, I believe they're in Atlanta, Georgia is where we're going. All-American, 10 minutes. Alexander Memorial, Atlanta is the site that will host this Elite 8 matchup against the number 4 Arizona Wildcats, who they've played very well. They absolutely destroyed a top-ranked Pittsburgh team. They've looked good. Georgia Tech, very big logo. Georgia Tech and Kansas have some of the biggest logos on their court. Except for Kansas is like the whole mascot instead of Georgia Tech, which has just a very large GT on it. Just in case you forget where you were. Imagine going to a Georgia Tech game and you're like, oh, what team am I watching? Oh, Georgia Tech. That's right. Whew. Thank goodness that the big giant lettering is on the court. Otherwise, I'd be very confused. Arizona. Drive it inside. Easy find into the lane. We have Georgia Tech here. They knocked off Alabama. They are number 21 ranked. Alabama was number 12. They were able to draw enough fouls out of one of the Alabama players to create a substitution that caused a lot of problems for Alabama. Just completely lost the rhythm. And Georgia Tech was able to go on a huge run and hold the Crimson Tide, the beloved Crimson Tide, to 6 points in an entire half, which is like Weber State in tournament number 1 bad. Tons of missed shots, lots of turnovers, some shot clock violations. You name it, the Alabama Crimson Tide did it, and it was in large part due to the defense of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, who now find themselves in position to get into the Final Four. Watkins looking for Metcalf on the side. I don't think Georgia Tech has a terribly large presence behind the three-point line. Lost the ball there. Georgia Tech went to run for it. Probably a dumb move on their part, considering that, you know, it was last touched by Arizona regardless. You were going to get the ball. Metcalf getting kind of close to that sideline. Leach finding a nice interception there. It's a bounce pass inside to Leach, and just like that, Arizona 6, Georgia Tech 4. Which one of these gets to face the Louisville Cardinals? Nice throw inside. That's out of bounds, though. Arizona will take possession. Bruce Willis here, working on the outside. I believe he just had a new movie come out. He just makes whatever. Shot is missed off the left side. Watkins comes away with the rebound. Nice to see he got a college education, though. Played very well here in a Mascot tournament. Leach brings the ball up the floor. We have a 6-6 game. Early stages. Oh, I thought he had the corner there. Pretty good angle. Arizona in their last game played a lot of that, where they kind of kept their center a couple of steps to the left or to the right of the key, and it was the opposite side of wherever the shooter had the ball. So it looked like they were really trying to get their speedy players inside to get easy layups. See if they continue that this time around. Working against Georgia Tech, who has just no presence in the paint until Watkins shows up. Makes a nice adjustment and puts the ball in the basket. 8-8. Burton, spin move, over the dropped shoulder, puts it in, 10-8. Off the right side of the iron, no good. Arizona getting an opportunity at a fast break here. Willis bringing the ball up, shifting to his right, kind of trying to get through some traffic here. Georgia Tech not doing a terribly good job at stopping him, just kind of letting him through. Not a lot of resistance. They do come away with the rebound after the missed shot. Metcalf on the right side working with a double team, or working against a double team rather. Oh, O'Connor with a nice interception there. Rockets it. Just baseball throws it. The momentum took him out of bounds, I guess. Watkins inside again with a double team. That time just goes with a little hook shot. And is able to knot it up 10-10. Arizona running the very popular three-point play. There you see the center, a couple of steps over to the left side that time. Shooter was on the right until he passed the ball around. Missed that one, though. O'Connor. A little mid-range jumper. Georgia Tech finds Singleton inside. Nice jam home. Puts the Yellow Jackets up 2. Given the top 5 ranked Arizona Wildcats all they can handle here. He's done a good job kind of slowing them down. O'Connor, drive it inside. That's going to be off the bottom of the rim. And that'll be a missed shot recovered by Georgia Tech, who brings it up the floor. Looking to extend this lead. Keys at the top of the key. Kind of got caught up on that left side there, trying to run that little high screen and drive them in, and just ran into the defender and kind of gave up. I'm good. I didn't need to go to the basket that bad. We're good. It's fine. Burton firing inside. Working around the outside to Willis. Float pass to Burton. Burton with his own hook shot. Teal comes away with the rebound. Watkins on the run. Metcalf. Nice easy layup. Georgia Tech, 8-0 run here to give them a 6-point lead. Out of bounds. Nice. Teal inside. Trying to back down the defender. They bring in the double team. Teal. Keys gets blocked. Nice defense there by the Arizona Wildcats, excuse me. Sun Devils got eliminated long ago. Almost a 5-second violation for the Arizona Wildcats. Leach thought about going inside. Elected not to. Instead throws an interception. Watkins looked like he swung a little too wide to the left. Out of bounds, Arizona ball. Going for that little alley-oop. The timing was all goofed up. I thought maybe an Arizona Wildcat got a hand on that, and that was what led to such an errant pass, but that's not what the officials saw. Arizona gets ball. Georgia Tech working with a little full-court pressure here. What an exciting matchup that would be if we see two full-court teams going against each other again. Thrilling. It'll be just as thrilling as the first game in the last video, where Kentucky and Louisville in the battle of the full court defenses played. My spacing in these sentences is very weird. Georgia Tech 1 of 2 from the line, 17-10. Holding Arizona scoreless for 2 or 3 minutes now. Willis finally putting some points on the board for Arizona. The good news for Arizona is they haven't fallen down by that many points. Still well within striking distance. And they're in good position to get just a little bit of a run going here. Get right back in this game. Teal again working inside off the left iron. No good. O'Connor comes up with the rebound. Leach on the breakaway. Got caught up by a defender. So not much of a breakaway. Leach into Burton. Burton, not 100% what happened there. I'm not sure if that was a block or if it was just off the side of the backboard. But either way, the ball ended up touching the Arizona player out of bounds. So it ends up being a turnover to Georgia Tech. Bounce pass into Keys. Keys trying to find a little bit of room. That's going to be a defensive foul. He'll go to the line to shoot 2. Burton picks up personal foul number 1, team foul number 2 for Arizona. First shot up, first shot good, 18-12. 2:21 here in the first half. Second shot up and good. It's back to a 7-point deficit for the Arizona Wildcats, now having to deal with a full court press. Couldn't get it that time. Arizona got to be a little more aggressive. You want to see what Tennessee was doing early in their game against Louisville. Break the full court press, get aggressive, get to the hoop as quickly as possible. You have numbers on the backside. Watkins, it's a nice turnover by Georgia Tech to mitigate the damage. 2 quick passes inside. Teal, that's a nice basket there. Largest lead of the game, 9. Willis, that's a blocked shot. Beautiful block by the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Willis again inside. Another block by Georgia Tech. Tolbert taking it from 3. He'll splash it home. That might have actually only been at 2. It certainly wasn't, though, because that says that it was 12 and now it is 15, so it is a 3-point shot. Kind of a 6-point game. Metcalf over to the left for Singleton. Singleton kind of driving on the left side, but finds Teal inside. They'll go one-on-one, trying to back him down. Nice spin move into the lane. Ooh, beautiful finger roll to get the shot down. 23-15. Under a minute to go here in the first half. Tolbert short off the iron. I love the catch and shoot, though. It's exactly what you want to see if you're running that play. Throw it to him in stride. Just a nice easy look. Typically you're going to have space. Leach picking up his first foul. 2 shots from the line for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, who look to push the lead to double digits entering the second half. Ooh, off the right iron, no good, but Keys is there with the tip in. Makes it a 3-point play in the most difficult way. Made free throw, missed free throw, tip in, good. 11-point game, they're going to call it reach-in foul there. I think it was going to be another potential turnover for Georgia Tech, but they do call the foul. Leach close to the baseline bandit, but gets it away to Tolbert. Tolbert thought about driving it inside, finds Willis on the right side. Throws it back to Tolbert, back to Willis. Willis, a couple steps inside the 3-point line. Nothing doing for him. Watkins brings it up the floor. Finds Teal. He's maybe a little far from the basket. Singleton, he's had a good first half into the double team. Ooh, it's going to be a strip. It's going to be turned over for Arizona. Arizona with under 10 seconds to go finds Willis. Willis with the speed icon gets through the contact, and that will do it. 26-17. Not 100% sure if he even had the ball there. But 26-17 is your score at the half. 9-point lead here for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Immediately throws an interception. Leach, they cleared the lane, let him get it. No reason to pick up a foul, give him extra points. He had everybody pretty beat. Georgia Tech didn't get into the correct defensive position. You see that sometimes with turnovers like that, where the defense never gets in position, and for some reason the game doesn't have the AI to be like, oh, this is a pass in. Like we're gonna check the ball in. Arizona State off to Arizona, regular old Arizona. They're off to a good start here, scoring 4 points in a row, cutting the lead to 5. Teal back to Watkins. Watkins into Teal, trying to break that double team somehow, but they're doing a good job at sticking with them. That's a 3 from Georgia Tech. It's missed. Arizona with another opportunity to cut the lead even closer. Finds Burton on the left side. That got stripped. Metcalf comes away with it. Sweet fancy spin pass for no reason. Working around the side. Singleton thought about driving inside. Arizona's really good on the interior, bringing a lot of double teams. Singleton spin moves. Singleton 3 short again. Teal comes away with the ball, gets blocked, and they do finally come away with 2 points, and we have a football score in a basketball game, 28-21. Pretty low scoring game, especially for Arizona to be at 17 points through an entire half. Usually you're at what Georgia Tech is, 28 points. They just ran the ball out of bounds. No reason for that. No reason. Burton jams it home. The lead is now 3. It's been a dominating second half start here for the Arizona Wildcats. We're down by as many as 11. Nice bounce pass into Watkins. He'll get fouled, go to the line to shoot 2. Burton picking up foul number 2. First team foul here in the second half. First free throw is missed. Watkins only shooting 1 for 3 from the line. That'll bring him back up to 50%, 2 for 4. Willis will work it up the right side. Did a little move there. Got pretty close to that backcourt violation. The midcourt line. Looks like they're trying to run that 3-point shot around, but I don't really know what Willis was working with. Looked like he had a little bit of a catch and shoot opportunity, worked it inside. Does come away with 2 points, so not that big of a deal. 29-27. Keys bounce pass to Singleton. Singleton couldn't get it to drop off that left side. Burton all of a sudden at 3 personal fouls. Those are 2 quick fouls on him. Most likely see him come out of the game. That could be big news for Arizona as Burton comes out of the game. Could Georgia Tech be doing to Arizona what they did to Alabama, forcing a substitution that takes Arizona out of its rhythm? find out over the next couple of minutes. It'll be interesting to see when they do bring in that other player. Well, so far it hasn't worked. That was a nice jam. And the lead is right back down to 2. Singleton. Nice shot there from the mid-range. Puts the lead back out to 4. Leach driving inside. That's a blocked shot by Georgia Tech, but they can't get the loose ball. Arizona in the right place at the right time to put it back home, 33-31. Oh, the baseline bandit. Singleton just stepped on the line there. Oh my goodness. Out of bounds, Georgia Tech ball. Arizona will pay it forward by giving the ball back. That was a good opportunity for Arizona to tie and take the lead. They have Leach with the 3-point specialty sticker. Got a wide open yellow jacket over in the corner. Good double team by Arizona on Metcalf. Again working the double team, trying to get that ball away from him in any way possible. Watkins has to throw out of it as well. They have just one guy just keeps running over there and forces double teams. Singleton's all the way up to 80% from the free throw line. Makes both of those. And we're looking at a 4-point lead here for Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech looking for that double team strip there. Leach trying to find a little bit of room, just never really had enough going on. Teal with a nice steal. Watkins bringing it forward. Throws it ahead to Metcalf. Just like that, 6-point lead. Arizona had that one good possession after the substitution, but it since has been a little bit rougher. O'Connor back out for 3. Nice shot there. Cuts the lead in half, 37-34. Keys bounce pass into Singleton. Singleton up and in. Leach there, he gets enough room there from the easy jam home. So they were trying on that previous possession and it didn't really work. That time it was well executed by Arizona. Metcalf over in the corner. They wanted to run that little 3-point play, but sometimes when the other offensive player who's setting the screen doesn't get far enough into or quite close enough to the hoop, it just kind of creates a weird cluster there and it doesn't work the way they want it to. Leach with the ball here. Arizona finds themselves down by 5. Willis, little mid-range jumper, short off the right iron. Metcalf comes away with the rebound, fires ahead to Watkins. He'll pull back, let the Yellow Jackets get set here. Ooh, nice bounce pass into Watkins. That's a nice play right there. We'll flip up and in. 43-36. Arizona down by 7. Consistently down here in this second half. They made a great run to cut it down to 2. They've since slipped back a little bit. Metcalf in the corner. Bounce pass into Keys. Keys, little mid-range jumper. And Georgia Tech is they're firing on all cylinders. Even the shots that are seemingly like more difficult are pretty easy for them. Comes through a couple of defenders, a lot of traffic in the way. Just a nice little make there. Out of bounds. Arizona retains possession. They try to get the steal. Just goes out of bounds. Willis on the right side. 2 quick passes. Oh, it's so effective for most of the other teams in the tournament. Offensive foul, Arizona ball. Not 100% sure what happened there. Singleton picked up a foul. Was that a charge? Did they call a charge? That was very odd. Five-point game with under 3 minutes to go here. Singleton's bringing it up the left side. Now moves to the middle. Singleton for 3. Oh, splashed it home. The lead is all the way up to 8. I didn't think Georgia Tech had much of a 3-point presence, but could be an important shot as we wind this game down. Watkins, bounce pass into Teal. Teal with a spin move. There were 3 Arizona defenders in the area, but they could not get that ball blocked. 10-point lead, matches, or just 1 point shy, of the largest lead of the game. Leach finds a little bit of room. Nice dunk there. Keys to Metcalf. Metcalf to Dunktown. Leach again working his way into the interior to kind of single-handedly keep this game alive for the Wildcats, who are quickly running out of time. This game doesn't matter as far as the brackets are concerned. Those are for the other 3 games. Louisville important, Syracuse, Kansas, Florida, all of those teams very important. We see Syracuse and Kansas next. 5-second violation. We give Arizona the ball back. 1:16 to go here, 10-point game. Never say never, but Arizona made their best run. They were able to get down by as few as 2, and then that was it. Almost gave the ball right back on a 5-second violation of their own. You got to find your 3-point shooter in Leach. Colbert just sucking time off this clock. Wasting precious seconds here. Finally tries to find some room on the left side. All of that for deep to mid-range to deep 2-point shot. 3 opportunities for Arizona to score points, and that'll do it. Oh, I'm dumb. I did not write my notes correctly. Oops. Georgia Tech really dominated that second half to get themselves into the Final Four. So a couple of upsets here. 3 for Arizona is no good. That will be the shot at the buzzer. The buzzer sounds, and we are off and running with 2 of the Final Four. 2 teams of the Final Four teams accounted for. 52-42, Georgia Tech is moving on. They will face Louisville in the first game of the Final Four. Both games have been upset so far, so I was actually pretty surprised at how many high-ranking teams were still remaining in this tournament. But they are quickly dropping here as we have another high-ranking team coming up in the next game. Syracuse and Kansas. Syracuse, their rare road game. They've been in the Courier Dome. Syracuse Orange. Kansas Jayhawks. Number 20, number 2 in Kansas. Game number 3, Syracuse, a champion pick here. We're live from Lawrence, Kansas. So an important game. Kansas, I believe, is important as well. Yes, they are important for Matt's bracket. So it's Matt versus Fart King. Fart King has Syracuse. Matt has Kansas. Syracuse probably needs to win for Fart King to even have a chance at the championship. Matt can still lose Kansas, and I think they might be okay. Because they still have Louisville that can get to the. Oh, depending. I guess it would depend on where they got them all the way. Interesting. Well, we'll find out at the end of the next game. Syracuse off to a fast start. Gets the lead 2-0. Kansas gets right back. Gets points right back. And it is 2-2. A couple of good games that turned into some dominant affairs so far today. Both of them upsets. Will that continue here in game number 3? The Orange have been all the way to the finals. The final game where I believe they lost to Arizona State. Back in September Mascot Madness number 1. Kansas, I don't believe, has ever really been that far in the tournament. We have a couple of newer faces. Florida's been here before. Syracuse has been here before. Louisville obviously been here before. Arizona, Georgia Tech, Kansas, North Carolina especially. Not really. I think Tennessee's been like Sweet 16 maybe. So they've been far in the tournaments, but we have some new faces, which is nice. Except for Louisville. They're an old face. Tired of seeing their face. Let's go Orange, clap, 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 says Captain Kobe in the chat, which means I have inadvertently, commentators cursed them. Immediately said that. They immediately missed 2 shots, turned the ball over out of bounds. Buckles brings the ball up the floor. Kansas with the better big logo on the floor. Does have the KU on the chest, but that makes sense. It's not most of the logo. Just a big goofy bird. Navarre. That's a 2 at rattle around. What, 270 of the 360 degrees of that rim? Finally drops for him. Syracuse ties the game up at 6. Through the contact, O'Connor comes away with the rebound. It was a nice play by Syracuse, at least forced a tough shot. The big players for Syracuse last time were Ruiz and Navarre. Oh, stripped there. Is it just I think it might just be regular Connor. Buckles jams it home. 4-point run here for Kansas, putting them in the lead 10-6. Coffee. Kind of took a look at that 3, but elected not to go for it. Navarre, catch and shoot 3, short. Douglas to Connor. Connor off the back iron there. Fires forward Navarre. Navarre loses the ball, but Pope is there to help. Coffee working on that left side. Finds Navarre in the lane. Navarre lost it again. Good feathers here from the Kansas Jayhawks so far in this game. Forcing some turnovers. It was 6-6, and it is quickly 12-6. Big old lead here for Kansas. That's a blocked shot. Ruiz comes away with the loose ball, and he can't quite get the tip in. 2 quick passes inside. Too powerful. 8-0 run for the Orange. Let's go Kansas. Clap, 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 clap. Coffee, there you go. There's a 2-pointer for you. That's a nice play off the glass and in. These graphics are really bad. The amount of clipping in this game is pretty wild. Connor fires it over to Ruiz. Ruiz to Phillips. Phillips to Navarre. Navarre to Coffee. Coffee to lost the ball. Not exactly sure if that was stripped or blocked or what, but that was some crisp passing there for Syracuse. That's what you want to see. Get aggressive. Get back in this game. Bridges fires. That's a nice shot. Lead back to 8. 4+ minutes gone. Oh, that's a nice block by Kansas. Navarre not being nearly as effective as he was in the previous game. Defensive foul. They didn't really let that hold long enough to see if the ball was going to drop, in my personal opinion. But what am I going to do? Argue with a video game? Out of bounds. Bridges, left side. That rattled around a bunch of the rim. Did not drop, though. Leads up to 9. Syracuse trying to drive inside. That's into a double team. Coffee, doesn't matter. Gets the shot to drop anyway. Connor off the right iron. That one drops. Lead back up to, there's the reverse face of the Syracuse Orange. Horrifying. 19-10 here. Out of bounds. Syracuse ball. Phillips stepped out of bounds. Turnover to Kansas. Oh my goodness, what a 3 from Kansas. Syracuse quickly falling apart here. 18-4 run. Oh, that ball got stripped as well. Bridges, 14-point game. Oh no. Oh no. Kansas might be too powerful here for the Syracuse Orange. Or Syracuse is just setting up an incredible comeback here in the late stages of the first half. Coffee. There was a double team. Got rid of it to Bridges. Problem is Bridges plays on the other team. Buckles bounce pass into Connor. Connor splashes it home. It is 26-10. Kansas is firing on all cylinders. Syracuse can't do anything to stop the bleeding, and they cannot get any points on their own side. Phillips inside. It's a nice little bounce pass. Keep that number in mind. 16-point lead. Plenty of time here for Syracuse. See if they can get on a little bit of a run here to end the first half. There's a nice steal from Navarre. Navarre, been a non-factor here. Feel like as I called him out with how well he played, he got a little shy. That's okay, Navarre. You can do it. We believe in you. Pope got the ball stripped. Tried to dive for it out of bounds, but it hit out of bounds before anybody could do anything. Kansas didn't really have much of an option there. Coffee's going to have the ball inside. Pope immediately lost it. Two quick passes inside. Beautiful block by Syracuse. 2 great blocks on one possession. 2 blocks, 1 Syracuse. Ruiz kicks back out to Phillips. If Phillips is a step or 2 closer, maybe he takes a... Oh, didn't matter. Couldn't even finish that sentence. It's a nice shot from Syracuse. Put them only down 11. Spins and moves. Through the contact, still gets it up and good. Leads up to 13, then as many as 16. Syracuse. Don't get a 5-second violation. What are you doing? What are you doing? (28-15) here. Buckles with a spin move. Bridges, float pass inside. Quick pass into Anthony, I believe. Connor to Anthony. That was on Anthony via Connor. Phillips finds Coffee in the corner. Tries the spin move. Throws it to Navarre. Navarre lost the ball. Bounce pass ahead to Buckles. Buckles back to Douglas, who's going to just slice and dice his way through a bunch of oranges. Cannot finish the basket, though. Navarre with a step on a Kansas defender, but just a little bit too much speed. Bounce pass to Coffee through a couple of defenders. Gets that shot up and in. 1:21 remaining here in the first half. Leads back down to 11. Buckles broke that orange's ankles. Anthony with a freeze. Bridges for three. Short off the right iron, but Anthony comes away with the offensive rebound and the jam to put the lead back up to 13. Coffee to Phillips. Phillips to Coffee. Coffee off the side of the backboard gets his own miss. Out of bounds. Contact just pushed him out of bounds behind the backboard, and just what a mess. What a mess for Syracuse. It was 6-6. It is now 32-17 as we wind down the first half. Syracuse has had an incredible number of turnovers, especially in the paint, has been just a huge problem for Syracuse. Even on that last possession, there's another strip right on cue. Thank you for that visual demonstration. Even that last possession, Syracuse had a really easy run to the basket there, but instead they went for the far more difficult little alley layup, and that just went off the side of the backboard. Pope with the ball. 6 on the shot, or on the game clock. Coffee with it. Finds Navarre. Navarre is going to have to put up a shot here. Nope, he's lost the ball. Lost the ball. Pope shoots it. He actually made that shot, but it didn't count, which is unfortunate for Syracuse considering that they are down 17 points. They do have the ball first. It almost immediately got a backcourt violation. Ruiz, though, dribbled on the correct side, thankfully. And they'll look to cut into this lead. No, just kidding. They'll throw the ball away. Buckles through the contact. A pretty good recovery on the defensive side there for Syracuse. Shot is up. Shot is good. A little short on that second shot. 35-17, 18-point game here in the second half. Kansas running away with it. Team will have to go on the road to face either Florida or North Carolina. Either way, they will be facing a top 3 ranked team. We'll freeze here. You know the drill. Wait till there's 3 seconds on the clock. They'll make it. Oh, he was short that time. But Syracuse couldn't come up with the rebound. Neither of those players touched the ball, which is kind of surprising. They'll rocket it down the court for little to no reason. There were 2 players ready to receive the inbound pass, then just dribbled it out of bounds. Syracuse, what are you doing? You were a champion pick. You're going out in a absolute stomping. Connor up and in. 37-17. Phillips, mid-range jump shot. Got it to go. Lead down to 18. Shot off the rim, no good. Rip my bracket. Rip your bracket indeed. Phillips, for some reason, taking that shot to a double team, got absolutely stuffed. Came away with the ball. Missed the shot, Kansas. I'm aware. There was no doubt on who was Fart King. I am Fart King. Navarre for three. Nothing to do. An offensive rebound. Put back, put in. Bridges fires that shot. It's up and good. Syracuse just can't even get Kansas to miss to get themselves any closer in this game. Syracuse need to make some moves here. Bounce pass into Ruiz. Ruiz might want to fire it back out. Not that direction. Maybe to the open player who just had the ball. Connor. Spin move inside. Layup. And drops. 20-point game here in the Elite Eight. And Syracuse is getting absolutely crushed. You hate to see the fan favorites go out like this. Sometimes that's just how it is. Navarre. Inside to Coffee. Coffee can't do anything. Pope giving Kansas yet another opportunity to get a block in. Shot is missed. Dan Connor picking up his first foul. First team foul. So clean game here so far in the second half at least. Phillips shooting 1 for 1. 2 for 2 from the line. Cuts the lead down to 18. We're going to need to make some serious moves here in the next 4 minutes. But with the way Kansas has been so dominant, I don't really think that's going to happen. Inside to Navarre. Navarre off the rim, no good. Buckles for three off the right iron. Bridges comes away with the offensive rebound for Kansas. We'll sit back for the next 6 minutes. No reason to be super intense in this game, on this game. It's a 21-point absolute decimation of the Syracuse Orange. Had high hopes entering the game today. The road ends here for them. Just a lot of traffic. Kansas is all over the place defensively. That's a positive for them. And Syracuse just can't get enough space to really find anything that's easy for them. Anthony into Connor. Connor with a little fake spin move. That is a hard foul there. The basket still goes, though. Second personal foul for Pope. Third team foul for Syracuse. Pope inside to Navarre. Navarre with a nice little basket there. Cuts the lead down to 21. Buckles almost ran it out of bounds. Brought it back in at the last second. starting to think they're not going to be able to come back. In 4 minutes and 35 seconds? I mean, 23 points. Anything is possible. There's a deep three from Syracuse. Cuts the lead to 20. Just out of curiosity, while we're watching this beatdown, let's see. Would you like to open a new tab? Looks like the biggest lead was 29. 29 and a half. 31 points, 5 minutes into the second period. Oh, interesting. Okay, so they're like kind of broken down. Largest second half deficit overcome. Largest halftime deficit, 29 points. Largest deficit overcome to win, 34. But let's see, 3 minutes. I don't think 25 points is really all that plausible. Phillips to Navarre. Navarre inside, got blocked. Absolutely stuffed. Ruiz working with the ball here. Gets fouled. No reason to ever watch this game again. Unless you're a huge fan of Kansas and you really hate Syracuse. Bounce pass to Coffee. It's going to be out of bounds. Syracuse ball. Bum, bum, bum. Ruiz, oh, that was off the side of the backboard. Nice recovery there on the loose ball by Pope. Franklin's picking up his first foul, 4th team foul for Kansas. Second shot is missed. Connor comes away with the rebound. Snow, they're just emptying their bench at this point. Finds Bridges to Franklin. Franklin inside to Connor. And a little bit of a double team here. Trying to spin, find some space. Just finds another defender. Bridges kind of trying the same idea, but the same two defenders are there. And we get this weird song and dance. Oh, can't even get these garbage time shots to go down. Man. Bridges mercifully backs away from the basket even though he was wide open for two. Don't know why they're not fouling to try and, get back in this game. Syracuse got absolutely demolished. It was 6-6. And then in the chat it said, let's go orange. And I jinxed them. 18.5 to go here. 64-36. We can at least start getting things ready to move on. So we'll hopefully throw this game out of our memory. 64. Oh, not 63. Don't make that look close. 36. We want that to look just as demolished as possible. 64-36 is your final score. Even if you reverse Syracuse's score, they still lose. And we'll move right on from that. 30 or 28 point crushing will put Kansas into the next round, the final four. We have one more game. And when we have that, after that game, we'll get y'all updated on the bracket. So I think things are going to start to settle into place here after that one. Florida going to visit North Carolina. Coming up next here for you. The Florida Gators, the North Carolina Tar Heels. Game number 4 of the day. Got to go to NOR. Gotta go. Number 1, number 3, playing in game number 4, looking for the final spot in the Final Four. And whichever team wins, we can see them 2 more times. So get excited. We're going to Chapel Hill, North Carolina, All-American 10 minutes baseline mid. You know the drill. We can reassume the position where we are intense and intent on the game happening instead of the 28-point absolute drubbing that we watched Syracuse take in the previous game. So welcome on into Chapel Hill, Florida, North Carolina. Florida winning the tip. Bowen for 3. Missed the shot. The offensive rebound gets put back in, and it is quickly 2-0 for the Gators. It seems like a large percentage of the opening tips are won by the away team. There's a 3 from North Carolina that is missed. And it'll give the Gators an opportunity to extend their lead. This is game number 60 of the tournament, which means that we are at game number 316 so far. That has been broadcast on Twitch or on YouTube, or uploaded on YouTube, not streamed on YouTube, but uploaded on YouTube. Thank you for watching. Hopefully you're enjoying. If you do like this kind of content, I do it every 6 months, September and March, live on Twitch, and then shortly thereafter it's on YouTube. So if you're watching this on YouTube, scroll on down, hit subscribe, ring that bell, all that good stuff. If you want to watch the Madness live, go to twitch.tv/ShaunosaurusRex where you can watch things happen live. Somehow that was not a goaltend. Carolina off to a bit of a slow start here. Warner picking up his first foul. And the first free throw shot is missed. Fletcher working with 2 points, though nothing from the line. And the Gators now have a 3-0 lead. North Carolina dangerously close to that midcourt line. Stuber. They have some 3-point specialty shooters on the North Carolina Tar Heels. Blocked inside. Holland does what is the most efficient way to get the basketball in the hoop, and that's just slamming it down as hard as possible through the rim. Myers. Positioning of Blanchard there on that play was a little weird. He set the screen too far out, and then Myers just kind of ended up in a weird spot. Not really an opportunity for a catch and shoot, but a nice find either way. And Florida is now up 5 points. Florida is an important pick as we move on through this tournament, as they are a Final Four pick, actually a championship participant pick for It's a Guessing Game. Seven to 4 here. So it could be an interesting matchup coming up in the Final Four. Kansas, number 2, taking on either number 1 or number 3. We saw a couple of upsets in the first 2 games, but not in the third game, as Syracuse got absolutely demolished. In Louisville, the only remaining unranked team, back-to-back champs, as they've just been walking through with their full court pressure. Bounce inside to Blanchard. Blanchard finds Myers. 7 to 6 here. Florida trying a 3. That'll splash home. That'll give them a 4-point lead with a little over 3 minutes gone here in half number 1. Game number 4 of 8. Oh my goodness. Nice shot there by North Carolina. He gets it to drop. Ooh, missed it off the left side of the iron. They'll bring in Coleman as Florida takes a timeout. 6:49 remaining here, first half. Good time to get a drink, get caffeinated, get hyped, as we are getting ready to crown a champion here in a couple hours. Myers works it around to Coleman. Coleman gets the ball stripped. Hollins. North Carolina can tie here. They can take a lead with a 3 if they so choose. They do have the 3-point specialty shooters all over the floor. They'll go for the tie. Nothing doing. That's going to get blocked. It's going to be loose ball recovered and blocked, but a foul. All kinds of a mess. I guess it can't really be blocked if it was made as a shot, but whatever. Fought all through all that contact. Getting an opportunity here to give them the lead. Oh, North Carolina's missed a couple of free throws. Howard's way out in front. He'll get a basket up and in. And the foul. And then he'll show North Carolina how to properly complete a 3-point play by making the free throw. North Carolina has not had a lead in this game, and they will continue to not have a lead in this game, as that is a turnover. Myers, Howard, double team there. That'll be a foul on North Carolina. Send the Gators to the line again, and Stuber is going to pick up his second personal foul here so far in the first half. That's big because they're going to sub him out. What's important about that is he has that 3-point specialty sticker next to his name. So we'll bring in Sam Crockett to replace him. Number 1 doing what number 1 does, winning. Another turnover into that double team. Myers, you got to fire that forward a little bit faster. They still come away with 2 points, so no big deal. Crockett right at the midcourt line. Finds Sheffield. Sheffield for 2 is no good. Howard working on the break, but doesn't like the matchup. 1 versus 3 is not good for him. Fletcher inside to Myers. Myers misses the shot off the right side of the hoop. North Carolina will bring it back to the other end. Bounce pass to Hollins. Hollins finds Fulton. Looking for Crockett in the corner. Somehow Crockett did not step out of bounds, but it didn't really matter because he threw the interception anyway. So what looked like it should have been a turnover ended up being a turnover anyway. The cosmic ballet continues. Does anyone want to switch seats with me? That's a old Simpsons joke. Also, happy birthday, Leonard Nimoy. I know you passed away, but maybe today was the anniversary of his passing. I don't know. People were doing stuff, I think. Maybe that was yesterday. Who knows? The days all blur together now. Crockett tried to get into some contact there, but just lost the ball. Didn't even get the shot up. Just ran into the gator and then dropped it. That's probably what I would do if I ran into a gator. I'd drop whatever was in my hands. Myers for 3. He is feeling it. Turn all the lights down low. He's feeling it. That's a good Charlotte reference for you. Hollins over here on the right side. Fires inside to Sheffield. Sheffield, that's a great block by that Florida defender. That looked like it was going to be an easy 2. Howard. Pretty good positioning on that last possession. Usually you see those result in a foul. But that time it was just a two-handed stiff. That's a double stuff. Right there. 24-12 here. North Carolina not looking like the number 3 team at all. We saw this happen earlier when a couple of top 10 opponents matched up. Arizona, number 4, matched up against number 8, Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh did not look like they belonged anywhere near the top 25. Didn't even look like they belonged on the same court as Arizona. We're looking at that again here this time. In this Elite 8 game, that's just an air ball. You don't often see air balls that aren't like full court desperation shots towards the ends of a half or a game or whatever. That's the lead down to 10. North Carolina even has the home court here. Myers inside to Blanchard. Blanchard going to get fouled. So we get to enjoy. He was in the way the entire time. Were you trying to see? Were you trying to? Sorry, what? Was I in the way? Shout out to that Tar Heel. It's 26-14. Lead back up to 12 for Florida. Approaching the 3-minute mark of the first half. Been all Gators, which is kind of surprising. I thought, you know, as a broadcaster, you watch and you go, wow, number 1, number 3. This will be a close game. Just kidding. 12-point deficit. Myers backs out. 29-14 now. That was a 3. Specifically stepped back to take that as a 3. And the lead is bigger than the number of points that North Carolina even has. That's off the bottom of the rim. Oh no. We have a silent crowd here in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, as the Florida Gators are just eviscerating the Tar Heels. Could have an interesting 1-2 matchup coming up in the Final Four. But they'll need to hold on to this 15-point lead. There's still plenty of time for North Carolina to come back here. Again, we've seen it. I don't know if this has ever really happened or if I just haven't noticed it in the past, but this is the third time where we have seen a substitution really affect one of the teams. Granted, North Carolina was down pretty big early anyway, but it's gotten a whole lot worse since they had to substitute out that other 3-point shooter, Suber, I believe. And they just can't really get anything going here. Not that they're necessarily shooting a bunch of threes, but everything looks more difficult for North Carolina. One different player maybe just throws off the rhythm just enough. Defensive foul there, Florida ball. (33-18). 15-point game here. Defensive foul. North Carolina will just take it in from the sideline. One of the higher scoring halves we've seen from a team at 33 points. Oh my goodness. That even looked too easy. Lead is now up to 17 as Crockett finds Fulton. Fulton for three. Get him involved. See if we can start chipping away at this lead a little bit. 2-touchdown game. Oh, and the putback dunk. The putback jam. Makes it 37-21. Under 30 seconds to go here. Hollins working around the three-point arc. At least pick up my notebook here. Write the teams down. Nothing interesting is going to happen. Fulton has the ball. Throws to Crockett. Crockett tries to drive inside. About 10 seconds remaining here in the first half. They have nearly an identical shot clock. The shot clock maybe even shouldn't be on. But 3, 2, 1. There was a 0.4 second difference, and Florida got a shot clock violation to end the first half. Wow. And then what? Florida picked off the inbound pass immediately. Bad start for the Tar Heels here in the second half. We look at a 16-point deficit. Missed the dunk! Oh no! Just in case you were curious how bad it was going for North Carolina, you missed a dunk. Nice block on the other end though. Sheffield backwards pass. Crockett almost ran it out of bounds. We likely won't see Suber until about the 5-minute mark here in the second half. For some reason, you could probably bring him in at the beginning of the second half, 10 or 20-minute halves. You just hope he doesn't pick up another foul. Through the contact, they're up and in. Got it down to 14 here. North Carolina hasn't been great at converting these free throws for the three-point play. They do on that one. 37-24. Coleman working for the Gators here. Finds Myers on the left side. Myers, deep three, no good. Defensive rebound, North Carolina throws it ahead to Crockett. Crockett's got a wide open guy over in the corner and just doesn't go to him. Trying to set a screen, but he doesn't take it. Kind of just a whole mess over here for Hollins, who's in the corner. Crockett. Hollins. Oh, careful of the baseline bandit. Oh, careful of Howard's big paw there. He'll steal it. Two-pointer up, two-pointer good. Leads back up to 15. North Carolina thinking about making it interesting, but then throws the ball away immediately and says, we're good. We're okay. We're done. We'd like to be done with this tournament. Like, they got the memo in the morning as a 5-second violation. They got the memo in the morning that if you win the Elite Eight game, you have to play 2 more times. And they're like, no. We're fine. Look at that beautiful standard definition crowd. 2D models. I don't think crowds have ever really gotten better looking in video games. It's a nice steal by Hollins. We'll assume the laid-back blowout position here. Just kind of relax. Put your hands on your head. Show off the pit stains. Probably leaned a little too far back from the microphone. 39-26, 13-point game. We'll get intent if this game gets interesting anytime soon. I kind of doubt it. Force the miss at least, but the foul is still there. 39-26. Both shots are made. Leads back to 15. There's Hollins. Oh, you got to take that three. This is why it's important that Suber is not in this game. They only have one three-point specialist on the team. And it's Fulton. He'll take the three. Ooh, nice shot there to make the lead 12. Fires forward to Myers. Blanchard out of bounds. North Carolina ball. Good job not fouling him. Just going to throw it off the backboard. Oh, Crockett. Nice find in the lane to Fulton. Fulton cutting the lead down to 10 with 7 minutes left. Making it interesting, or at least trying to make it interesting. Myers for three puts the lead right back up to 13. Not going to keep Florida out of the basket for the entire time, but definitely don't want to give up a three if you can help it. A couple of screens look like they're trying to set there, trying to get Crockett some space. He'll find that shot no good. Nice offensive rebound. And the jam home puts it back down to 11. 44-33, 6:23 remaining here in the second half. We're punching one more ticket to the Final Four, then we are in the home stretch. Howard, drive it inside. Excellent block by North Carolina. It'll remain Florida ball. Coleman driving inside. He'll get fouled, shooting two. Crockett picking up his first personal foul. Crockett finding a nice lane there. Oh my goodness, excellent defensive recovery there. But the Florida Gators to swat that ball to infinity beyond. Out of bounds, North Carolina ball. Florida trying to strip the ball away. Just not able to do it. Fires over to Hollins. Crockett trying to find some space. Hollins does find some space. He'll get a foul called on him. And that was not during the process of the shot, so it'll just be from the sideline. That's a float pass. That was a very bad float pass. Frank is a big, tall Gator, and he is just right in the way. Howard, bounce pass to him. Misses the shot, so good defense on the North Carolina side of things. They're down 13. They need a lot of help here. Crockett couldn't get the shot to go. Howard, he's way out in front. And that basket made a lot more difficult by the North Carolina defense on a nice defensive possession for them to force a miss on the fast break. Crockett into Fulton in the corner. Crockett driving inside. He's had a lot of speed trying to get into the paint. I like that drive, kick out mentality. Maybe we want to find Fulton, who has that specialty sticker, who gets into the double team. It gets stripped. Myers comes away with it, does a spin move for style. And the number one team in the country showing why they are the number one team in the country. Howard working with it. Driving right side. That's a blocked shot out of bounds. Going to be Florida ball. Suber finally coming back into this game. So North Carolina now working with two three-point specialists. Suber does have two fouls. Myers going to fire a three. That'll be off the right iron. No good. 4 minutes might be enough time here. Suber or the other player whose name I'm blanking on. There's a nice play by Suber. Kick it back outside. Fulton, that's who it is. One of those guys is going to have to get hot. And the defense is going to have to pick up a little bit, but they do have some time to work with here, down only 11 to the number 1 team in the country. Looking for the final four spot. Howard getting that open is not going to help, but a beautiful block there. Goes to Suber. It's a 2-on-1. Sheffield. Sheffield spin moves and dunks. Lead is single digits for the first time in a long time. We have a 46-37 game. Another nice block on the interior for North Carolina. Hill rocking it ahead again to Sheffield. Sheffield does not get a lot of help, unfortunately. The player on the right side just decided that he was done with that play. Thought Sheffield had it. You can't give up on the play like that. Almost a backcourt violation. 3 turnovers in a row for the Florida Gators. I'm going to count those blocks. Suber for 3. That's a deep one. No doing. Frank comes away with the rebound. Some nice defensive plays here by the North Carolina Tar Heels to at least kind of think about making it interesting. Quickly they'll inbound the ball. Under 3 to go here. You drive it inside. You're really going to want to get the ball. Oh, it was a double team. They stripped the ball. Florida let them get a sniff of making it interesting. That's a jam. 13 points. Might have been Carolina's best run. But it's just been, Florida has just been too much. Another huge substitution that really put a wrench in the plans of the North Carolina Tar Heels. They have 2 3-point specialists. Suber picked up his second foul about 6 minutes, with about 6 minutes to go in the first half. And Carolina, who had already been down and not playing super well against Florida, fell even further behind. They were down by as many as 17. It's just been not great. Ever since Suber came in, though, he came back in with about 4 minutes to go here in the second half, so he sat for a very long time with only 2 personal fouls. They have picked up on the defensive side a bit. They just haven't been able to pick up enough on the offensive side to really make this a game. They had 2 blocked possessions in a row. They had another turnover. Those were all back-to-back-to-back. There's a nice putback. And their Tar Heels are right back to the closest they've been at 9 points. 1 minute, 30 seconds remains. It's a 9-point game. North Carolina has the 3-point specialists to try to get into this lead, but they're going to need a lot of help here. 20 seconds on the shot clock. This is going to be interesting because the teams like to foul around the 1 minute mark. However, Florida, when the shot clock gets down to about 3, will go for the shot. So we'll see which prevails. The 3-second shot prevails. That was some good defense there by North Carolina. Warner with a spin for no reason. Inside to Sheffield. Sheffield closes the lead down to 7. You can trade 2s for 0s. But you're going to need a lot more here. Down 7. 54.4 to go. If even 2 of those 3 possessions, if you get 3 points out of those 3, the block, the other block, and the turnover, those 3 possessions that happen back to back to back, I think you're looking at a much more realistic opportunity that they can get back in this game. Because you put that at what, 50 to 46 theoretically, maybe they come away with like a nice open 3, a 2-pointer that's a foul and 1 opportunity. They came away with 0 points on all of those possessions that ended so well for them defensively. Oh, but a missed free throw. Florida is not out of it yet, and North Carolina still has a glimmer of hope. Now, what North Carolina cannot do here is A, take a bunch of time, but B, they also can't do what this game does that's so frustrating, is just wing it all the way down the court. You also cannot get a 5-second violation. Hollins is burning so much time here. Re-engages immediately. The 3 is good. 29.2 to go. See if maybe they can. Oh, I don't like that foul. I don't like that foul. Let him get to the midcourt. If you can force a turnover before midcourt, then you're good. Let him get to the midcourt. Either foul immediately or past the midcourt line. That second free throw was missed, but they can't get the rebound. Oh, Florida. Florida getting a blessing there from North Carolina. They get another blessing. Oh, North Carolina. Oh my goodness. They had a chance. They gave up 4 points. Florida's going to kick into a little bit of a full court press here, at least not let him get up the floor too quickly or easily. Maxwell gets it to Weathers. Weathers finds Hollins. Hollins back to Maxwell. Back to Hollins. Little alley-oop that's off the side of the backboard, out of bounds. Florida ball. That is going to do it. 6.9 seconds left on the clock. Defensive foul. Florida just padding stats here. I'll up that to 55-46. And they'll make it 56-46. Winging it all the way down the floor. They had a wide open guy in the paint. Sheffield to Maxwell. Maxwell fadeaway two. That is no good. 56-46. Florida dominated that game. North Carolina at least flirted with making it interesting there towards the end. They did just give up too many points there. Couldn't get an offensive or a defensive rebound, on a couple of missed free throws. And Florida's lead proves to be just a little too much for the North Carolina Tar Heels, who again had to substitute out one of their top 3-point shooters. So 56-46. Florida is moving on. We will submit the scores. I will write in my notes. Florida tonight. We will be moving on here to the Final Four, which I again did not write correctly in my notes. I wrote them all out in my notebook, and 2 of them have been wrong so far, which is not good. There's only one matchup in the Final Four, apparently. Who knew? We have 4 games left in March Mascot Madness 3. Thank you so much for watching all of this. If you've been watching, even little bits and pieces here and there, I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. I hope you enjoyed this tournament as much as I do. I think it's a blast. We have Louisville, Georgia Tech coming up next for you after a quick break, as it is halftime. We will, however, quickly before I leave, did you caught up on the brackets? We're getting pretty set here in the positionings, but there still can be a little bit of movement here. It's going to be down to 2 players going into the Final Four. Mass predictions at number 1. They have 55 points. They are locked into 55 points. It's a guessing game is at second. They have 43 points, but their score potential is 59 points, and it's all going to depend on Florida getting to the title game. It's a guessing game, can sneak in and swipe the lead out from Mass Predictions, who has literally led every single time I have checked. That's every 4 games throughout the tournament. It could have shuffled here or there, but I only check every 4 games. Fart King comes up just a little bit short with 30 points. Go Cougars with 27. Beebs picks with 26. Took a big hit with Syracuse getting just demolished. And then last but not least, you have me, who lost 3 of their Final Four teams and the first day. We'll move past that. After a quick break, we will get back to more basketball action, and it will be Georgia Tech taking on the Louisville Cardinals. Stick around for more. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Thank you again so much for watching. We'll be right back. Bum, bum. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to March Mascot Madness number 3. It's already almost 5 p.m. here. We have 4 more games. 4 more games. We don't even need this bracket anymore. That can get the heck on out of here. That's gone. We are into the Final Four. I'm not going to update this with anything. And I hope you're excited to watch these teams play at least 2 more times. We have 2 Final Four games. We'll do the 3rd place game, and then we will finish it off by crowning a champion. Winner goes, obviously, to the championship matchup. Loser gets to fight for 3rd place. I hope Georgia Tech wins. This is who we have in the Final Four matchup. Number 1, the Louisville Cardinals, the lone unranked team, in the Elite Eight. Still in it with a stifling defense and just a decimation of the team that they played in the last round, Tennessee. They will have to go on the road for the remainder of the tournament, and they have another tough test against another top 25 team, and win or lose, will have to play a top 2 team for either 3rd place or the championship. Let's go to Atlanta, Georgia, again, and watch the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets take on the Louisville Cardinals in game number 61 of 64. All-American, 10 minutes. You know the drill. You know the situation. We're off and running. Has not been the most exciting games so far. The first 2 were pretty okay. Some upsets as far as rankings and stuff like that, which is interesting. Unfortunately, the last 2 games have just been utter domination. Utter domination. So we'll see what holds for this game. The away team yet again winning the tip. I do wonder what the percentage is on that. Because it has to be super high. Super high. That the away team wins. And it's just, I don't think it's necessarily built into the game or anything, but it definitely feels that way watching it, It's just kind of the way it happens. Louisville getting a steal. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. They're off to a 4-0 lead. They have another steal. It is 6-0 Louisville with another steal. This is a bad start for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Oh, that's not right. Just that. We can do this, and then we can open this up. 9-0. Oh my. Oh my. Nine to 3 here. Georgia Tech finally getting on the board. I promise I'm going to pay attention in a second. Something here. Oops. Oh, god dang it. That's fine. There we go. Here we go. Should have done this earlier. 9-3, 9-5 now. Georgia Tech getting a little bit of momentum going. If you're Georgia Tech, what you want to do is you want to just hope that your defense can force some misses so that Louisville can't get into their set defense. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. Firing forward, Singleton making a run for it. They got a wide open. Ooh, I like that shot. I like that shot. He was covered. He didn't have the greatest opportunity in the world, but he had keys for sure down under the basket, making absolute positive there was going to be an offensive rebound there. He was wide open. Singleton, nice little hesitation move. Oh, just couldn't finish it there. I have my hand over here and I'm commentating like this. Where's my... There's OBS. That's what I want. It looked a little empty up there. Just a little empty. There we go. That's a little better. I don't think I cropped it quite right. That's fine. Whatever. There's one small white line on the side. No big deal. The, like, perfectionist in me is, like, kind of annoyed, but the bad vision in my eyeballs is like, you did the best you could, and you realistically need to just accept that if there's going to be, like, a smidge of a white line on the side. There's nothing you can do. Don't bother fixing it. Just leave it alone. Don't think about it. But it does look a little fuller, which is nice. It just feels weird to have just a big empty swatch there. It's also surprisingly hard to find just images like that. They're all just pictures of the case, like on like a table. And I'm like, I don't want to see your table. 13-5. Oh my God, Louisville. I was watching another sports streamer who I actually have not seen on lately. I don't know. Their schedule changed or whatever. Just not looking at the right times. There's a 3 for Georgia Tech. No good. They were talking about how they play NCAA football 14, and every time they've ever tried to like do like a dynasty or whatever, Army or Navy is always like really good, and no matter how you nerf them, it's like they're still very good. And it seems like Louisville is that team in these games where the way that they play defense, this full court press, is just impossible for the computer to deal with in a weird way. Georgia Tech down 10 early here. They have time to come back, but they're going to need a lot of help. They need Louisville to go cold. They need to get hot and stay hot. They have to be a little crisper on the offensive end. Watkins misses that on the little running float shot there. Lawrence for 3. No good. Rebounded by Georgia Tech. Throws it forward to Singleton. Singleton throws it to Watkins. Watkins. Little mid-range jumper cuts the lead down to 8. 15-7. 4:30 remaining here in the second half. Whitney, nice block there by Georgia Tech. Unfortunately, they do get the foul called on them. Go to the line to shoot 2. That's Teal's first. And this is the second shot. That's good news for Georgia Tech. That means that Louisville is not able to reset their defense the way they want to on an inbound pass. It's a double good thing. No points, no additional points on the offensive end for Louisville, and their defense can't do what they want to do. Doing a good job of keeping Georgia Tech out of the paint here. Singleton in the corner. Bounce pass into Keys. Keys through the contact. Can't find the basket or the foul, for that matter. Inside, Marshall up and in, and that's just how well things are going for Louisville, who's probably about to win a 3rd tournament in a row. Oh my goodness. Get out of here, Louisville. You might have to kick them out of the tournament to make it more interesting. Free throw is missed. Metcalf comes away with it. Oh no, Teal is going to get fouled out with 3:45 remaining in the first half. This is the messiest page in my notebook, and I hate it. 21-9. Kansas is at. All kinds of a mess on the flash page. When I wrote down the Elite Eight, I forgot that there were 4 games, so it's more disorganized than any of the other pages. 21-11 here, under 3 to go in the first half. We've assumed the relaxed position. Is this the championship? Oh no, we should just automatically put Louisville in the championship because they just cannot lose. They've won 16 straight games or whatever, or no. No, yeah. 12, 6 and 6. 4, yeah. 16 games in a row. They've not lost in over a year. Championship won't be for another hour plus. Championship should be about 6:15 or so. Because I did get a little bit of a late start today, but that's alright. 24-13, 11-point game. The Yellow Jackets dangerously close to the baseline bandit there. Singleton. That's a nice 2-point shot. Just need their defense to step up a little bit and be just a little crisper on the offense. They can make this a game. I believe in you, Georgia Tech. I believe you can make this a game. The full court press that Louisville runs is just too good. There's a foul. They didn't even give it an opportunity to make it towards the basket. But Louisville will go to the line to shoot 2 anyway. 14 fouls for Georgia Tech. Louisville has missed a couple of free throws. Somehow Georgia Tech has momentum in this game where they're down by 10. There's another missed free throw from Louisville. It's been that second shot has not been clean for the Louisville Cardinals. Good news for Georgia Tech, who doesn't have to worry about that stifling full court defense. A mid-range shot. Puts it up and in. 25-17, 8-point game with 1:17 remaining. Shout out to Master Chief. Whitney, spin pass to Lawrence. They got a Marshall over there on the edge. Locked in a tight defensive battle. Whitney dribbling kind of around the middle area into a double team. Finds West. West pump fakes, doesn't bite it. Did someone sponsor the championship? Yes, someone sponsored the championship. The Fart King sponsored the championship? That's what? What is the sponsor? The sponsor is, hang on, hold on, I have your text still here. Where'd it go? Sponsor is Uncle Ryan's Fart Emporium. All the farts you want with none of the hassle. Thank you for sponsoring the championship game in 1 hour. Louisville will most likely be there. Another missed free throw there from Louisville. Singleton got a nice little screen there. Duck to the right. Oh, couldn't finish at the rim though. Marshall, hook shot, that is up and good. That'll end the first half. We have a 10-point game with Louisville up big, 27-17. Georgia Tech has the ball first, which means they can get off to a positive start here. We do see a lot of these possessions, the first possessions of the second half, end in turnovers, so that's not always good. Instead, they went with an alley layup. And I'll go ahead and put that in for 2. 27-19 now. I guess the championship game will be at about 6:20. Yeah. Watkins turns around and fires to Singleton. Singleton back to Watkins. They got around or got through that full court pressure. I like the aggressiveness there from Georgia Tech. It was a good defensive stand by Louisville, but If you're going to beat the full court press, you typically have numbers on the back end, so fire it forward as aggressively as possible. Almost got the 5-second violation. You don't want to see it. Singleton's got 3 seconds to release this ball. Singleton lost the ball at the last second. It's going to be Lawrence throwing it to Howe. That was a very dumb move on his part. Lawrence will still get the 2 points anyway, but that should have been a lot easier. 13-point deficit. And Louisville feels so comfortable that they've just quit with their full court defense. They don't see enough of a threat from Georgia Tech. And they'll allow them to get up the court free and easily. I don't expect that to happen on the next possession. That was a nice 3, though, by the Yellow Jackets. Beautiful block inside. Metcalf can fire it forward to Watkins. Watkins, I don't know, be aggressive in that situation. You got to make up points. You got to be aggressive. You can't give up contested shots like that. Especially when your team hasn't been particularly good at dealing with the half-court offense. Metcalf trying to prove me wrong. Does dribble into a double team, though. Singleton working on the inside. Spins around. Pump fakes. Nothing. Under 10 on the shot clock again. Keys fires to Watkins. Watkins finds a little bit of a lane. Up and in. Rattles around and drops. They'll cut it down to 8. Georgia Tech threatening to make this interesting. I guess flirting with making it interesting. Threatening sounds a little aggressive. Whitney on the inside. Bobbles it in. And just as I suspected, next make, Louisville is not going to make it that easy for Georgia Tech. Good fire forward. Singleton, you got to kick that ball into the paint. There was such a nice, easy layup waiting on the other side of that. Keys to Metcalf, though. Beautiful little bounce pass into the jam. Oh, my goodness. Louisville almost stepped out. Lawrence pump fakes, backs up to 3, throws it into the middle of the floor. Keys with a nice steal there. Singleton met by a couple of Cardinals at midcourt. Almost a 5-second violation. Watkins tries to find a little bit of space. Good defense by Louisville to make sure he didn't have a whole lot. Metcalf driving the baseline. That got blocked. It's out of bounds. Georgia Tech does retain possession. We can cut a little more into this lead. It's 34-26. That's the wrong thing. 9 seconds on the shot clock. Singleton on the baseline. Finds Watkins. Watkins is going to have to get rid of this ball. Finds Singleton. Singleton couldn't get the ball to drop, but he gets fouled. We'll go to the line to shoot 2. Howe picks up the first team foul of the second half. First personal of the game, and the lead is down to a touchdown. There is the second shot. I mean, maybe it's merciful that Georgia Tech knocked out Alabama instead of Louisville knocking out Alabama. Oh my goodness, they fell victim to their own prey. I like the aggressiveness. Watkins just couldn't get the shot. Oh no, the 3 was missed, but it was an offensive rebound and he just couldn't do it. Almost a 5-second violation. I do think that 1 second hangs out longer if it's not going to give him the call. Seems like when there's a 5-second violation, it's pretty quick when it's on that 1. 2, 1 Mississippi. Yeah, that should be... Bounce pass inside. Lawrence finds a nice easy lane and pushes the lead to 8. Excuse me. Singleton over to Metcalf. Metcalf back to Singleton. Singleton throws it. You got to throw it a little more to the left there, buddy. I don't know what you're doing, but it's not working. Louisville quickly has the lead back out to 10. Winners of 16 straight. Singleton, you can throw the ball ahead here. There's no reason for you to be flirting with a backcourt violation. There's a 5-on-4. It's into a double team. The ball gets stripped. Marshall comes away with it. It's going to be a little pass up to Whitney. They got as close as 6, but Louisville has taken back over. Georgia Tech will take a timeout here. It leads back up to 13. So we saw Louisville before that timeout. You saw Louisville kind of back off on the defensive positioning. They still kind of back off. They do that little kind of full court, but at least trying to cause some kind of commotion in the backcourt. Watkins up and in. Lawrence bullying down that B. Over in the corner. Lawrence out of bounds. Georgia Tech ball. It's 41-30. Georgia Tech, I mean, really isn't out of this game. They're going to bring back in the player that came out after with the fouls. Defensive foul. Georgia Tech will take it in from the sideline. Up to Singleton. It's Teal, I believe is the name. Singleton, nice aggressive move to the basket there. Good recovery defense by Louisville. Teal back in the game. Working with 2 personal fouls. They take them out as soon as they get 2 personal fouls, and they don't get them brought back in until about 4 minutes remaining, which is probably a little long. Marshall driving up the floor, kicks back to Lawrence. Lawrence, through a bunch of traffic, gets fouled to go to the line to shoot 2. They'll back off with a 13-point lead. We saw this happen earlier. Georgia Tech hit a 3, and then next defensive possession that they had it, or that Georgia Tech had it from the baseline, or something like 3. Teal with the offensive rebound gets blocked immediately. Lawrence comes away with it. Bounce pass inside. Howe. A lot of yellow and black going on there. There were 3 or 4 Yellow Jacket defenders and just could not get the ball. I wonder if there's a way to change the play style or something. So you don't necessarily kick Louisville out, but for whatever reason, their defensive game, even unranked, their defense is just too strong. Teal trying to come up with the offensive rebound, throws it into the side of the backboard. Lawrence driving inside. Fires it forward. They will have a tough test in the championship game. Bounce pass into Keys. Keys probably should have looked to that guy in the corner. This defender is plastered all over him. Point game. Out of bounds. Two quick passes inside. Keys with a nice spin move and a basket. Oh, nice steal there by Watkins. Throws it forward to Singleton. 10-point game here with 1:37 to go. Watkins, that is a super deep 3 off the left iron. Nothing doing there. Timeout, Georgia Tech. A couple of turnovers here for Louisville late in this game. I don't think Georgia Tech's going to really be able to do anything to make it that interesting, but you never know. Singleton for three. Oh, 1 minute, 7 points. No foul immediately. 2 team fouls. So they will have to work with losing a bit of time here. A steal would be fantastic off the inbound. Oh, first free throw was missed. Georgia Tech. You got to get the rebound. What are you doing? Oh, that was an opportunity to at least do something. Push him, pull him, do something. Ah. Great. Louisville's in the championship game again. Hooray. Oh my God. Three for Georgia Tech is no good. Should see them just let Louisville run out the clock. They had their opportunity to try and close this gap a little bit on the previous possession where the first free throw was missed and they just couldn't get a defensive rebound. 47-38. Is the score in this one. Louisville is moving on in about 20 seconds. Georgia Tech didn't have much of a chance. They fell behind very early. Yeah, sure, why not? Have three more points. Sure, have 2 more points. 50-40, defensive foul. Sure, why not? One more, great, more points. Keith Blunt picking up three personal fouls. Don't know why they are taking a timeout. 3.1 seconds. They're like, oh, we can do it. We can come back from 12 down. Keys for 3. Where was this Georgia Tech all game? Where was this? 52-43. What? Oh, a 9-point win puts Louisville into the championship game. Sponsored by Fart King. Uncle Ryan's Fart King, whatever it was. Where's the text is around here somewhere? Hold on, it's in the chat. Uncle Ryan's Fart Emporium. All the farts you want with none of the hassle. Coming up later. Later tonight. We have one more Final Four matchup for you. That is going to feature the 1 and 2 ranked teams in the game. Florida dispatched the number 3 ranked team with ease in the previous round. And now they get a pretty tough opponent themselves with Kansas. Kansas. Kansas is the away team. Number 1 and number 2 here meeting in the Final Four. Number 2 Kansas, number 1 Florida. In Florida, battle of the big logos. I don't know. I think Florida has a pretty big logo. They have a nice court. I like the Florida court. We're going to Gainesville, Florida for game number 62 of the tournament. Stephen C. O'Connell Center. Gainesville, Florida. All-American 10 minutes. You know how it goes. We will jump on in here. Winner gets to face Louisville, or get blown out by Louisville, in the championship game, which is sponsored again by Uncle Ryan's Fart Emporium. All the farts you want with none of the hassle. Loser gets to go to the third place game to face the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Oh, their court isn't as colorful as it used to be. Interesting. It used to be, where it says Florida, it used to be blue and orange, like half blue, half orange, and then the other side was opposite, orange and blue, and it was really cool. Okay, great. I've gotten excited about going to this court. I don't think Florida must have not had a home game the entire time, or I just forgot, because I do this, for an entire month. There's no way I'm remembering what's happening 3 weeks ago. Kansas off to a quick start, though. 2-0 for the number 2 team in the land. We had the top 4 teams in the... Wow, what a block by Kansas. Top 4 teams in the final... Or the Elite 8, excuse me. And the top 5 team, LSU, got dismantled in the first round. Blanchard into Howard. That's a nice bounce pass. Inside to tie the game up at 2. We'll be doing the third place game next, and then we will crown our champion. So about an hour and a half left of basketball here. We're crowning a champion in about an hour, about 6:20 p.m. Pacific time. If you're not super interested in the third place game, which I don't know why you wouldn't be. Who doesn't want to watch more of the Yellow Jackets, who caught fire at the absolute end of that last game? Yeah, here's a couple of threes just for fun. Howard, he misses the 3. Bridges comes away with it. Passes to Buckles. Buckles to Bridges. The B2B connection. That's up and in. Kansas quickly out to a 6-2 lead here. Myers stepped out of bounds. He did that thing where he danced along the sideline and just stepped out. Florida, an important team. If Florida wins and gets to the championship game, that will determine the winner being it's a guessing game, or if Kansas can get the victory here, that will mean that Matt's predictions, who has led literally every single time that I have looked, they will get the win. So, Florida, important team here, but down 7 early with about 2 minutes gone here in the first half. Florida kind of getting off to a bit of a North Carolina start here. 9-2, Kansas out big. Florida doesn't have much of an option, or much of a something. I don't know. There was words there somewhere. They fell out of my head because I got distracted. Howard motioning the offense. Not much positive going for them here early. Fletcher. It's a little nice little mid-range jumper there. Anthony into Connor. Connor scoops and scores. You can see that they are national champions. I believe these were the years that they went back-to-back. They went like 05 and 06. Florida won back-to-back national titles. Joakim Noah being a big part of it. He went on to play in the NBA. Chicago, probably most notably. Off the left iron, no good. Douglas on the fast break. That is an easy dunk, and it is quickly a 9-point lead. Florida Gators come out of a dominating performance over North Carolina, but just coming out a little flat-footed here. That somehow was a 3. The feet are super weird. Florida has very long feet on their mascot. That looked like it was very clearly a 2, though. Bridges to Anthony. Anthony to Connor. Connor with a hook shot. Nothing doing there. Fletcher coming up with the defensive rebound, for Florida. Howard settles. Waits for people to set up here. There's a screen for the 3-point from Bowen. Bowen knocks it down. 13-4, all of a sudden 13-10 on back-to-back threes from the Florida Gators. I didn't think that play was going to work. We see the three-point play like that happen super frequently in this, but where the screen was set to free up the three-point specialist or the outside shooter was so far near or so close to the three-point line that it didn't give them a whole lot of space, but it worked out. Hard to argue. Kansas trying their hands at a three. Nothing doing there. Myers on the fast break, one-on-one here. He'll go off the glass and in, 15-12. Good run for Florida here. Bridges. Quick passes in Anthony to Connor. 2 bounces off the rim and no good. Florida can take a tie here. Get a tie here. Take the 3 for the tie. Again, working around. Myers stepped out of bounds. Got the ball, tried to give himself a little bit of space. But again, that screen set too close to the three-point line. You want to be closer to the basket. Nice steal there by Howard off the inbound pass. Making it all balance out. Ooh, stolen away. Buckles directing traffic here. Bridges for 3. Splashes that one home. Lead quickly back out to 6. 18-12. It's been as bad as 9 for the Florida Gators. Blanchard inside. Locked in a battle with 2 players. They just don't make the right reads sometimes. Seems like it would be much easier to give it to the wide open player that's at the three-point line. Let him catch and shoot. Florida, though, getting blessed with a foul call there. I thought that was just going to be out of bounds, but it was just a foul. It was a foul instead. Bowen. Ooh, 1 for 2 from the line. 18-13 is the score. 4:40 to go first half. That's a foul on Florida, so Kansas will go to the line to shoot too. Up and good. It's 20-13 now. Howard, defensive foul. Just take it from the sideline. Sam Buckles getting tagged with the foul there. Fletcher into the double team. See if he maybe kicks it back or just kind of... We just watch this animation for the next like 20 seconds. Oh, just kidding. It's going to be a block. Out of bounds, Kansas ball. Florida had no reason to go try and get that ball. And he just ran straight for it. Florida launching for the steal there. Can't find it. Bounce pass to Buckles. Buckles working around here, directing some traffic. Douglas, deep 3 off the left iron, no good. Fletcher to Howard. Howard has a guy in the corner. He's looping around on the baseline. Again, trying to get that three-point play, but they keep setting the screen way too close to the three-point line, and it's not giving anybody any space to catch and shoot or anything. Led to a turnover because the player tried to back up and give himself some room, but he was just too close to the sideline. That is an excellent block there. You see the Florida Gator again running for the ball. I'll get it, coach. And the coach is like, just let it go. It's going to be our ball. I don't know why you've decided to go for the basketball now. Just want to put that extra effort in, coach. He's like, okay. Put extra effort in what you're doing mentally rather than physically. Blanchard sliding inside. Kansas desperately trying a big old swat block, but misses it. 20-15. Florida player slid and almost had it, but slid out of bounds. Buckles spin move. There's a 3 for Kansas. Nothing doing there. Fletcher comes away with it. Fires it to Howard. Howard pulls back. It was at best a 2-on-2 there, but not great positioning for Florida. Instead, they'll do the 2 quick passes inside, which is super effective in these games. And it'll be a 3-point game. Ooh. Kansas tried to do the same thing on their end, but couldn't get it to go. Leads back down to 3. Howard fouled on the way up. Bounces the ball off the back of the rim a couple of times and just falls innocently to the hardwood. So instead of going for the tie game, Howard will look to cut it to 1, 20-19. Kansas got out to a super fast start, but Florida's been resilient. They fell down 9, knocked some threes down, cut it down to 4. Ended up falling behind 6 or 7. And since then, they've been able to cut it to 1. Myers with a nice steal there. 2-on-1 opportunity to Howard. Howard bounce pass to Myers. Myers gets blocked. Incredible defense by Kansas. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You passed that just a little earlier. It's an easy 2. Instead, they waited just a step. And that led to the delicious block by the Jayhawks. Blanchard finds Howard. Howard finds Bowen. Bowen trying to find a little bit of room. Bullied that Bird down. The Bird bullied right back by blocking him. Suck it, Dr. Seuss. There's your tongue twister. The Bird bullied the Gator right back with a blissful block. 2 quick passes inside. Connor, flip shot up and good. 4-0 run here for Kansas has extended the lead out to 5. Nice bounce pass by Myers into Blanchard. Blanchard just shorts that one a little bit. Buckles is kind of all alone here. Ooh, nice defense by Florida, though. Unfortunately, they aren't able to get the defensive rebound twice now. Connor, he gets blocked. Bridges for 3. He doesn't make it. And finally, Florida comes away with the ball after Kansas has 4 attempts at putting additional points on the board. Myers almost stepped out of bounds again. He'll take a 3. That one is short. Defensive rebound by Bridges. Buckles 1-on-1 here. Again, Florida does a great job on the defensive end. Forces the turnover that time. Myers, Fletcher, Blanchard. Blanchard through the contact, up and in. Florida, it feels like they're pretty lucky that they're only down 3 right now instead of 6 or 7. There's a 3. Nothing doing. Fletcher, he'll fire it forward to Myers. Myers has a 1-on-2 here. It is not in his favor. Howard almost finds a little bit of room, but isn't quite quick enough to get around the corner. Howard trying to find some kind of space. Bounce pass into Fletcher. Fletcher kind of stuck in that weird position, that lockup position we see so frequently in these tournaments. Three. There's a make from Florida. That'll cut it right back down to 1 point. Good for Florida. Again, Florida's staying in here. They're hanging out. They're sticking around. They've let Kansas go on a couple of runs. They gave up 4 points in a row. Oh, 3 points for Florida. Oh, couldn't get it at the half. Or at the buzzer, I should say. At the half, we have a 3-point Kansas lead, 26-23. Both of these teams have tough home floors to play on. Florida starts the second half with the ball. That sounded like bad dubbing in one of these games. Florida starts the second half with the ball. 3-pointer from Myers is good. Tie game. It has not been tied since it was 2-2. Douglas for 3. Answers right back. Kansas 29, Florida 26. Myers into Blanchard. Blanchard couldn't get the basket to drop, but he does draw the foul. Anthony picks up his first foul. First team foul for Kansas here in the second half, and the first half of the free throws missed. 6 points here for Blanchard. Both of them were missed. Almost an offensive rebound. Kansas was a little lax on the defensive side. That was something. I think he tried to switch it in the air, switch hands in the air, and he just threw it into the bottom of the basket. 29-29 after Florida nails that three with 9 minutes to go here in the second half. We're back to a tie game. Buckles. Florida doing a really good job rotating on defense there. Buckles has had several times where he's been one-on-one or had a step on a defender, and Florida's done a really good job of making sure that they're at least making it difficult for him to get the shot up. If not outright, just stuffing him. 2 for 2 from the line. 31-29, 8:48. Myers to Howard. Howard to Douglas, but Douglas plays on Kansas. Turnover, Florida. Good defense, though. Kansas doesn't get the easy baskets. Douglas eventually puts the points in. Howard working around the three-point line. Into Bridges' hands. Bridges bounce passes to Douglas. Douglas smashes it home. 6-0 run here for the Kansas Jayhawks. Making fools out of these Gators who thought they were going to tie the game twice and then maybe take a lead. Instead, Kansas doing really good offensively and very well defensively, forcing a miss there. Offensive foul. Nice draw there by the Florida Gators. Howard brings it up to Florida. Myers. Myers through two outstretched defenders' arms. I thought that was going to get blocked, especially by that first guy. Second guy may have blocked it, but it probably would have been a goaltend. Buckles driving around the outside from the free throw line. Maybe that's more Buckles' game. Just try to get a little bit of room. Use the screen at the top there. And just take a little mid-range shot. You get too far into the interior and you're mismatched. Oh. Maybe had a step there. But that little mid-range, you're too quick for anybody to really get back to you. Buckles again with the ball. Florida being outscored 8-2 here since it was 29-29. They're down 6. Bowen with a sweet spin move for no reason. Hard to look cool when you're losing by 3 possessions. Howard trying to work on that side, except for the other offensive player was backing up, which drug the defender with him. He's like, I'm trying to go that way. Trying to get around. That's a foul on Bridges. First foul on Howard. Second team foul. First shot up and good. Generous bounce. Second foul is good as well. Nice play there. Get a nice easy 2 for Florida. It was actually pretty good defense to get the Kansas Jayhawk when he was in the shooting motion to try and switch hands. He threw it into the bottom of the backboard, but unfortunately they couldn't come away with the loose ball and still gave up the 2 points. Florida and Kansas trading 2 points, 2-point baskets here, which means they're switching between a 6 and an 8-point lead for the Kansas Jayhawks, who have been dominant in this game. Florida's tied the game twice, 26-26 and 29-29, I believe, but since that 29-29 tide has been Kansas trying to run away with it here. Florida coming off their most dominant performance. Kansas coming off an absolutely destructive performance of the Syracuse Orange. Kansas right now looking like the #1 team. Florida Not so much looking for the not so much looking like the #1 team as we see a goaltend by the Kansas Jayhawks. I'll get the lead back down to 6 for the Florida Gators. Or for the Kansas Jayhawks. Not bad. Ooh, almost swatted that ball. Almost got that steal. Bridges inside. There were 3 defenders there. And no one could stop that dunk animation. Myers to Fletcher. Fletcher to Blanchard. Blanchard to the right rim. And no good. Buckles. Trying that little circus shot. Can't get it to go. Buckles off the right iron. Frank is going to come in for Fletcher. For the Florida Gators, who take a timeout with 4:35 remaining. Now down 9 points. They've been in this hole before, and they've been able to get out of it. Frank into Blanchard. Blanchard, nice jam. That'll cut the lead down to 7. They just got to show up their defense a little bit. They need 3 good defensive possessions over the next couple of minutes here to get themselves in a position to make a comeback. That's an excellent start to strip there. Myers. Oh my goodness. Kansas with another fantastic block just coming out of nowhere. LeBron James apparently is playing for the Kansas Jayhawks. Okay, Howard. Passes to Bowen. Bowen back to Howard. Back to Myers on the interior. It's a nice play there. 4 in a row for Florida. Makes it 46-41 with 3:48 to go here in the second half. Looking for a fantastic finish. Haven't had one yet. Had just a lot of games that have been largely in control by one team. Seen a couple upsets earlier, but for the most part it's been dominating performances by one team or another. Another fantastic block on the interior for the Kansas Jayhawks. They'll slam it down, and just like that, Florida scored 4, and then Kansas scored 4, lead back out to 9. 2 quick passes inside. Blanchard trying to find some room there. Douglas, a mid-range jumper. Why? Why are you doing that? Why are you dumb? (54-43) under 3 to go. Nine points doesn't always feel like a definitive lead. Feels like a comebackable number. Not in this game. Florida's erased a 9-point lead once. I mean, they were able to get it down to 6, and then it kind of ballooned again, but I don't know. Just they are not playing consistently enough to make me believe that they're going to be able to overcome this in the next couple of minutes. They have a couple of sharpshooters that they can work with, but they have to be way better on the defensive end. Also, Connor has just been absolutely destructive with his blocks down low. So Florida walks into this possession down 10. They need, I don't know. Yeah, Myers. That's a great idea. Okay. You were lucky to get the foul, but that's a terrible mismatch. Off the right iron, no good. Buckles inside. Nice defense by the Florida Gators. They go 1 for 2 from the line that last trip down. Blanchard with the spin and the slam. Kansas probably okay with that. They're only up 7. Sure, like that's fine. But at the same time, you're not giving up a foul. You're not giving them extra points. Connor kind of trapped in that weird position. Fires over to Douglas. Douglas, one-on-one here. Almost a 5-second violation. Anthony into that double team. Bridges has it beyond the 3-point line. 3 seconds left. Oh, they don't get it. Okay. Florida can make it interesting with about 1:19 to go. They can cut it to 5-4 if they're bold. Almost get a 5-second violation. Frank to Myers. Myers has already turned the ball over on the sideline before. Myers for 3. Splashed home. 4-point game 1 minute to go. Florida doesn't necessarily need to foul here. I'm actually okay if they don't. Nearly get a 5-second violation. Right back to it. Almost again a 5-second violation. I do think that 1 second holds out longer if it knows it's going to get the animation. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Into Connor. Oh, couldn't get it. Florida, they're not even going to call a timeout. They're just going to go. Down 4 here, 55-51. You cannot be wasting time like this. You do not get a 5-second violation, Howard. I will scream. That's a 3. That's good. Oh my gosh. Florida with 15 seconds is going to have to call or intentionally foul here. I cannot wait for them to get the inbound pass, whip it all the way down the court, and totally throw away their opportunity to win. Bold move not to call a timeout there. I like it. Sam Buckles is shooting 87.5%. Florida will take a timeout. Now, there are 12.6 seconds remaining on this clock. There is absolutely big ol' zero reason for them to throw this all the way down the floor. That's exactly what they do. It's an interception. You boneheads. What are you doing? God, that's so annoying. Another timeout here, 9.8. I've talked about it so many times throughout this tournament, but it does 2 things. 1, it rarely works. And even if it does, 2, you're throwing it to like a center who is not the person you want shooting threes. What a waste. They couldn't even get that. Florida, you suck. How are you number 1? Number 1 bonehead university of this tournament. Oh my God. Makes me sick. Irritating. What are you doing? With 12.6 seconds, whatever, you have more than enough time to run the ball up. Oh, God. NCAA. 58-54. Kansas is moving on to the finals to face the Louisville Cardinals, who have not lost in like 17 games. It's an incredible winning streak that'll never end, even though you hope it does every single time they step on the court. I believe I can reload this page for that bronze match to show correctly. I hope you enjoyed watching Florida, because you'll be watching them again right now. Ugh, I hate it. You're down 3. You don't need to rocket the ball down the floor. They throw the ball super far down the court. The center, who you don't want shooting threes in this game, holds on to it until everybody else gets up there. What's your plan? Whatever. Florida will get a chance to redeem themselves and get a bronze medal in the 3rd place match, as I go the correct way of the alphabet. Now they will be home to host the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Number 21 versus number 1 for third place. So here we go. We're going back to Gainesville. All-American, 10 minutes. You know how it is. We are set and ready to go. I do believe Florida's loss in the last game finalizes the brackets, and everybody is locked into their position. Coming up next, we do have the championship game, which is brought to you by Uncle Ryan's Fart Emporium. Remember, all the farts you want, none of the hassle. Florida, the rare home team, winning the opening tip. Drives inside Howard. Very little resistance there by the Buck Bumbles. And the Buck Bumbles almost could have played for the chance of the title, and then I would have had to have played Buck Bumble. I'm just kidding. I forgot that I made that promise. I never did make that promise for this one. That was for last year's September tournament. 3-0. Florida off to a good start in this game, which they did not get off to in the last game. They fell down quickly. Florida never led in that game. They tied it 3 times. 2-2, 29-29, and 31-31, something like that. And then they just got beat. They were resilient though, something that Georgia Tech really wasn't in their game. We'll see Louisville and Kansas coming up next. We'll see what see if does the sponsor of the championship have a website? I doubt it. It sounds like made up garbage, honestly. Unless you've spent the last 45 minutes making a website, which would not surprise me in the slightest. Howard to Fletcher. Fletcher back to Howard. I would like to order farts. Well, you'll have to contact Captain Kobe in the chat. He could put you in the he can put you in contact with that website. Watkins on the inside. Can you put me in? Yeah, it's Captain Kobe in the chat. 3-2. Bowen, that's a deep 2. With about a minute and a half to go here. Or have to end the game. I said to go, but oh my goodness, Florida had 2 people try to get that rebound, and they just punched it to the other Georgia Tech guy. Whoa, the ball, it's in my hands. No, I'm king for it. Yeah, I don't have his info. Unfortunately, sorry about that. They just buy a sponsor spot. They didn't provide me with that information, quite honestly. They just got the sponsor spot, and then they just said, hey, here's what you say, and then they left. They didn't give me any email address or phone number or contact information, unfortunately. You'll have to Google it or something. 5-4 here, 7:44 remaining. Is it GoFarts? .com. The most insane thing that might be is that one person is 3 different people in the chat right now. It's like got milk, but for farts. I don't think you can put punctuation in a .com website. Eight to 7, by the way. I paid extra for it. Oh, for the punctuation. Blanchard scoops and scores his way to get a 9-8 lead here for the Florida Gators. We're playing much more competitive basketball. Well, there you go. The website is in the chat for you. It's GoFarts.com. God farts? Oh, there's a T in there. Totally worth the extra $9,000. Use GoDaddy.com. Their websites are like $1 or whatever. I don't know. Who knows? 10-9 now. 3.5 minutes gone in the third place game. Florida actually looking like a competent number 1 basketball team. There's a 3. No good. Offensive rebound is not tipped in. So Georgia Tech, who must be relieved that they don't have to see those red birds swarming all over them, brings it up the floor. Keys gets the 2-point shot and extends the lead out to 3 for Georgia Tech. Watkins looking around the 3-point line. Bounce pass into Keys. Keys, quick shot. Puts the Georgia Tech up 5. Howard trying to drive inside. Didn't have a whole lot of luck in the last game driving inside with the dominant force in the middle. Georgia Tech getting real aggressive trying to get points, and instead they got too aggressive. Ran under the basket and threw it into the bottom of the backboard, which is not good, experts say. And Georgia goes on a little 4-0 run to cut the lead down to 1. Metcalf loses the ball, does go out of bounds. And Georgia Tech retains possession. Bounce pass over to Singleton. Singleton drives into the middle. A lot of Gators down there. Be careful. They bite. It's because they're Gators. They do the Gator chomp. Shot is up. Shot is good for Georgia Tech. (16-13). Ooh, Fletcher couldn't get that up over the rim. Just left it a little bit short. And a nice jam home there for Georgia Tech. Bounce pass into Fletcher. Fletcher over a couple of B defenders. And it is back to a 3-point game. 2 quick passes inside. Teal, who missed a lot of the game with foul trouble against the Louisville Cardinals, is back in, being helpful for the Yellow Jackets. 2 quick passes in on the other side, and instead it's going to be a foul on Fletcher. That'll be Teal's first personal. Right as I said he had foul trouble, he immediately picks one up. Fletcher shooting 100% from the free throw line. Florida, nice steal there. Bowen finds a nice lane there. Slams it on home. Cuts the lead down to 1. Singleton. That's a 3-point shot for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, and somehow the 1B between those 2 defenders comes away with the rebound. Puts it back in. We have a 22-19 game. Howard to Bowen on the outside. 2 quick passes into Fletcher. Fletcher gets good positioning and jams it home. We see that a lot. It's super effective. If that were a Pokemon move, it would be super effective. Myers, he is feeling it. He's driving inside. It's a little jump shot there. Didn't expect it. The defenders for Georgia Tech just kind of got out of the way. Let that happen. Metcalf bounce pass into Keys. Keys floats it up and drops it in. Blanchard up and in. Switches the lead right back in favor of Florida, 25-24. little bit faster paced game here for both of these teams. Florida shooting a lot better in this one. And Georgia Tech not turning the ball over every time they go up the floor because they don't have to deal with those pesky red birds. Pesky Cardinals will be in the finals facing the Kansas Jayhawks. Kansas coming off a couple of strong games against Syracuse and Florida. They controlled both of those games. They let Florida back into it, but never let Florida take the lead. Backcourt violation gives Florida the ball. Georgia Tech took care of Arizona, but could not get past the Louisville Cardinals. Louisville has been dominant in their last couple of games. I think I switched what team I was talking about because I got distracted. 29-26 here. Florida didn't have 29 points until into the second half. They have 1 minute and 34 seconds to get more. 32-26 now. So a bit of a swing here for Georgia Tech. They were up by 5. Now they're down by 6. Plus 11 for the old Florida Gators. And I don't think Georgia Tech has much of a threat from the three-point range. They have some players that have made some threes from the three-point line, but it's not been super consistent. And when they needed it against Louisville, they couldn't really get it. Singleton, nice interception there. Bounce pass ahead to Watkins. Watkins in one-hand jam, slams it home. And just like that, it is 32-32. A little 6-0 run here for Georgia Tech. Blanchard jams it home to stop the run. Put Florida back out in front. I need a little coffee. Feeling a little flat here. Keys. Passes to Metcalf. Metcalf to Watkins. Watkins going to shoot a super deep three. A little short on that one. And we will go to halftime, 34-32 in favor of Florida. 10 minutes to go here to decide the bronze medal match. We're down to about 40 minutes left in this tournament. Georgia Tech immediately drawing a foul. Blanchard picking up his first team foul of the second half. And the first free throw missed of the second half. Out of bounds Florida ball. It's an eventful 5 seconds here in the second half of this game. Myers trying to find a little bit of space in there somewhere, but just couldn't do it. Watkins gets the ball ahead, pulls back and waits. Countdown for a 5-second violation. Doesn't get to 0. Watkins trying to use a little bit of room around the side to get into the lane, but nothing doing there. Nothing doing for him there, so he throws it to the left. Finds a wide open Yellow Jacket for a 3, and there is the deep threat that Georgia Tech hasn't really had, but they've been able to make some threes every once in a while. Singleton spin move, doesn't even get around. He kind of just looked like he stood in one spot while he made that. And quickly, that's a 5-point run to put Georgia Tech back in front by 4. Singleton is right on that logo. That is not a great spot to be if you're trying to avoid a backcourt violation. But he does find Metcalf. He looks to set up a little bit of action here. Metcalf a couple steps too deep for a 3. I don't think Florida is super concerned with the deep shots. They left him open by a couple of steps for a couple of seconds. Almost lost the ball. Under 10 seconds to go on the shot clock here. I believe it's actually right at 10. There it is. strip the ball away from him. Blanchard comes away with it. Passes to Myers. Myers to Howard. Howard back to Myers. Myers in the corner. Splashes it home. Three-pointer makes it a 1-point game. Stolen away by Georgia Tech, who now has a 4-point lead. Smashed it home. Pushes it to 6. Math is bad. My math, not great. Go ahead and relax here. Florida's played better, but they've let Georgia Tech go on a couple of runs here that's kind of put them behind in this game, excuse me. Myers. Look for a little bit of space. Nice move there to get it in and up and in after the little alley-oop pass there. (43-39). Watkins driving on that right side into a double team by Florida. Finds Metcalf beyond the three-point arc. Get himself out of that mess. Back into Teal on the other side. He finds a little bit of room. The floating hook shot is up and good. Fletcher, oh, that's a nice play to Myers. Somehow that was a blocked shot. I thought he had the step. I thought it was going to be a pretty easy dunk there. Bowen fakes the spin move, jacks up to 3, ends up in Fletcher's hand, ends up in Blanchard's hands. A couple of blocks there for Georgia Tech, a missed 3 for Florida. A steal for Florida. That was a very eventful series of events for both of these teams, as I believe Myers has it now for Florida. Into Blanchard. Blanchard comes away with the points, and it was 45-39 just a moment ago, and it is all of a sudden 45-43 after a nice defensive play by Florida to give themselves an extra possession. Bounce pass to Metcalf. Metcalf steals the ball. Bowen has it. It's one-on-one. He's going to drive on the left side. Misses the dunk. Oh, no. Florida, what are you doing? Watkins working around the outside. Bounce pass to Metcalf. Metcalf driving in, trying to find a little bit of space. They bring the double team. He finds Watkins outside. Back to Metcalf. Isolation here in the corner. Ooh, that's a 5-second violation. He was just about to dribble that ball, too. Blanchard was right on the logo. That's a dangerous place to throw that inbound pass. You don't want a backward violation, especially when you've just been given a turnover. Inside to Blanchard. Blanchard into a little bit of a double team. There's a nice, tried to get it up and in, but just couldn't. Bounced off that right rim, fell out. Metcalf driving inside, picked up well by the defender. Kicks back to Singleton. Singleton, fall away 2, a little short off the right iron, and no good. Florida, again with an opportunity to tie or take the lead here, as they've been pretty good here at stuffing the Yellow Jackets. Howard, for some reason, didn't really take a run at that lane. Instead, he threw the ball unnecessarily. Teal with an excellent athletic play to stay inbounds finds Singleton, who jams it home and pushes the lead out to 4. Florida just couldn't get enough momentum to tie the game. There's Bowen for 3. What was that? 15 seconds ago. .410 remaining here in the second half. Watkins finds a nice screen up top, kicks to Metcalf. Metcalf doesn't go for the three-pointer. He almost loses it to the baseline bandit. It's back inside to Singleton. Singleton looked like he was pretty severely, like he was mismatched in a positive way for him, and it still ended up being well contested by the Florida defense. They do come away with the 2 points either way, so it's not that big of a deal for Georgia Tech. That's a nice play by Florida. Flip that up and in. And he'll go to the line to shoot one more. Chance at a tie ball game. 49-48, Florida. Teal picking up the his second personal foul. He'll be okay. They won't sub him out of this game at all. Teal driving inside. Spin move. Nice defense by Florida. Not as good not as good a defense there that second time. Blanchard picking up his second team foul for the Florida Gators here in the second half. Blanchard with 2. That other player with 2 as well. I believe it was Teal. I think he was on the other team, so it doesn't really matter. And Georgia Tech's going to work a little bit here with a full court press. Nice steal there by Metcalf. It works. It does exactly what it wants to do. Fires and misses off the right side of the rim there. Howard stepped out of bounds. It's going to go back to Georgia Tech. And Florida just can't get over this hump. 2 points. And they just sit behind. Almost like they're looking for an opportunity to be like, we're just going to be patient and we're going to wait for our shot. And we're going to take that shot and we're going to get this game all knotted up. And they continue to not do that. Ball gets stripped. Watkins comes up with it. He's fouled on the shot, so it'll be 2 from the line for Watkins. Myers picking up his first. 13 foul for Florida. 51-48. Under 3 to go. Oh, missed the second free throw. Florida can tie it with a Boeing 3. Instead, they'll kick into Myers, who goes into a double team. Somehow gets through all that contact and still makes the shot. Wow. Oh, that was too easy for Watkins. Oh, he just couldn't put it away. You saw it happen, and they had a little high screen. Just throw it in there. Should be able to make it. Their defense, though, has been good. Florida gets scared of the lead. Fletcher, for some reason, does not kick the ball back out to the three-point shooter. Adam Keys picking up his second team foul, for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Florida finally ties the game. Feels like they've been within striking distance for a while, and they just can't. Look at that. They're not afraid of the lead anymore because they have the lead 52-51, 2:22 to go here, second half. It's been a good game. Florida misses that animation for the steal. Watkins trying to drive inside. Good defense by Florida, not letting them buy him. Metcalf. Floats the ball over the top to Watkins. Watkins trying to drive inside. Again, good defense by Florida here. They're keeping the ball well outside on the perimeter. Metcalf for 3. Wow. That was a 2. I'm sorry, that was a 2. My apologies. Got a little excited there. Finally, this game's giving me something to be excited about instead of laying back and just relax. And there's a 3. That time it's from the Florida Gators, who will take a 2-point lead with 90 seconds to go. Will Florida repeat their bonehead university habits, or will Georgia Tech make a comeback? I don't know. Both are kind of the same thing. Georgia Tech working with that full court pressure. Defensive foul, Florida ball. They'll back away. Georgia Tech's only down 1 possession here. They're going to go for Myers. That's a 2-point shot. It is a 4-point game. Georgia Tech takes a timeout. Down 4. Florida working with a full court press. Metcalf, they got to get it forward. Blanchard with a nice steal there. Inside to Fletcher. Fletcher moves out a little bit. Back to Myers. Singleton out of bounds. He just couldn't corral himself in bounds. Oh, that hurts. Went into a little spin move there. Georgia Tech needs to foul here. They'll finally do it. It looks like they initiated about 26 seconds. No. Calm down, Otto Jones. Chill. Relax. You're good. Oh my goodness. Georgia Tech could not get the offensive rebound. Or the defensive rebound. Oh. Oh. They can't get it again. Oh, the tip-in is good. Florida. You suck. You suck, Georgia Tech. What are you doing? There's a three from Georgia Tech. What in the world? We saw that in the last game as well, towards the end, where they just caught fire from three. Now this is the last opportunity of the 1-and-1. Georgia Tech, by the way, not out of it. Another timeout here. 12.7 to go. I'm assuming that we're going to see the dumb play where they throw it all the way down the floor for no reason. You have more than enough time. They're looking. They're looking. Long ball. Oh, wow. We got it. That was a terrible shot. And Florida is going to walk away in third place. Oh, my God. Hello? Can you not literally destroy everything? (61-56) is the final score of the third place game. Georgia Tech falls by 5. Florida is your winner. Number 1, placing number 3. It was a pretty okay game. Florida did a good job of sticking around. They were down early. Got close and then fall behind. They got close and they fall behind. Finally took the lead and held on to it. Georgia Tech, though, did that weird dumb thing that might actually end up disqualifying NCAA 07. With 12.6 seconds, there's no reason for you to throw the ball all the way down the court. Granted, Georgia Tech caught it, but it was not the player you want you to get 3. It's just annoying. It's annoying and it's too predictable. Just like the last 3 tournaments have been, hey, Louisville's going to win. Good luck. All right, here we go. This is it. Game number 64. Game number 256 plus 64, which is 320 or whatever. Hang on, hold on. Hang on. Nope, that's not. Nope, that's not. Oh, I was right. 320. Okay, cool. Good for me. Game number 320, the championship game, which is brought to you by Uncle Ryan's Fart Emporium. All the farts you want with none of the hassle. You can go to godfart.com to order your farts today. We have Louisville, the just absolute demolition team. Why is there an ad for Twitch? Can you get away from me? Louisville, the unranked Louisville Cardinals, the only unranked team that entered the Elite Eight, facing the number 2 team in the country, the Kansas Jayhawks, the Battle of the Birds. It is going to determine the 5th champion of Mascot Madness. Let's go back to Lawrence, Kansas, one last time for game number 64. All-American, 10 minutes. The title comes down to this. to this. Louisville, Kansas. The championship game. From Lawrence, Kansas. Louisville wins the tip. That's not good for Kansas. It's actually very rare that the home team wins the tip. Lawrence scoring in Lawrence, 2-0. We'll see what Kansas can do here against the. Oh my God! How do you not know how this works? Throw it to the left. Throw it to the left. He is open on the left-hand side. That's all you have to do. Throw it to the left. Brett Favre is on every single one of these teams throwing it back across their body, and it is intercepted so frequently. I hate this game. Louisville will be retired after this tournament. 1, because I can't stand it, and 2, I'm just so tired of watching them win. That's a foul. Shot is up, shot is good. You want a good championship game brought to you by Uncle Ryan's Fart Emporium. You want a good championship game. You don't want garbage, okay? It's been 40 seconds, and I'm already annoyed. I just want Kansas to not suck. Remember, go to gotfarts.com to order your farts today. There's a 3. Louisville quickly out in front. 9-3. Early in this one. Three-point shot is up, but it's no good. He is fouled on the release, though. So he'll go to the line to shoot 3 free throws and cut the lead down to 6. Oh, missed one of them, so 12-5. Lawrence is getting out of the front of the pack there for the fast break opportunity. He'll find West, who goes to Marshall. Marshall jams it home, and it is a 9-point lead already. There's a nice find at Douglas. Douglas, nice and aggressive there, trying to get in and get the basket. Just can't quite get enough on it. Lawrence comes away with the ball, and Louisville is off and running to their 3rd consecutive title. I don't understand. I don't understand why this is such a difficult defense for any of these teams to get through. They're the number 2 team in the country. Their defense is not apparently that good, and Louisville's defense is apparently godlike. (18-7) here early in this one. Buckles working with it. Douglas in the corner for 3. Missed it, but a nice rebound by Buckles, and they're going to give him an offensive foul. Oh my goodness. Louisville getting everything to go their way this time around in the championship game, looking for their 3rd straight title. You got to be enthusiastic as a host, or at least pretend that you're enthusiastic. I'm about to win the Oscar. I'm just kidding. This is actually honestly infuriating. Kansas didn't even bother to put a hand up. They're down by 14. 14 points! What a dud. Come on. Game, how are you so stupid that you can't figure out the Louisville defense? Douglas couldn't get the bucket to drop. Oh my God. There's a nice block by Kansas on the outside for the three-point shot. Whitney Olstead will drive inside, going to find Lawrence on the outside. Lawrence going to try and drive, looks for the three as the shot clock expires. Defensive foul is going to go against Louisville, which actually isn't a terrible defensive foul for them, just because it means that they get to set up their defense instead of letting Kansas kind of just run with it in a fast break style instead. It's a nice shot that's up and in, cut the lead to 10. And get it back to single digits here. Douglas making the free throw. Rattles around the rim and drops. Kansas needs some good defensive possessions here. Oh, that's exactly what you want if you're Kansas. See if you can bottle them up in the corner, get that that double team there, and Marshall just finds the stroke from deep. The Beeb subscribing for 12 months. Love you too. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it a ton. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in to watch this 14-point blowout here in the championship game. Again, it's brought to you by Uncle Ryan's Fart Emporium. All the farts you want with none of the hassle. Be sure to go to gotfart.com to order your farts today. Lawrence pump fakes, bounce pass into Hill. Hill looking for another basket, gets through the contact, but can't find the hoop. Instead, he'll have to go to the free throw line for 2 free throws to push this back out to a 2-touchdown game. And Louisville is so far ahead that they are not even worried about playing full court defense. They've done exactly what they want to do and exactly what they have done that's made them so successful in this tournament. They get out to this big 14-point lead. They ease up on defense, and as soon as you even think about making this interesting, as soon as you even sniff interesting basketball game, they get right back into their dumb, stupid defense that no one can figure out. Kansas doesn't even want to play defense on their end, and then Louisville wins by 47 points, and they'll never lose, and they'll be retired. I'm tired of watching them, honestly. And it's made the tournament, honestly, quite boring, because they have won 17 games in a row. Buckles, there's a 3. That one just can't get in the hoop. Anthony, with a nice jam back home. That'll cut it to 12. Whitney over to Lawrence. 2 quick passes inside. Hill, a nice basket in the paint. Pushes it back to 14. Douglas working it around the right side. He'll take a deep 3. Splash that home. I don't think Louisville will like that. They almost stepped out of bounds. But I would not be surprised to see them put in a stop. Put in their full court defense again. That's just going to be out of bounds. I thought that would be maybe a foul, but no, just out of bounds. Thank you all so much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed this tournament.
You won't see Louisville again anytime soon. We need something else, someone else to do something. I hope I haven't complained too much about it, but it definitely is making the tournament very dull. And it's frustrating too because the teams that you think might even be able to win don't. But yeah, hopefully you've enjoyed this. The 5th edition of this tournament. We'll be back in September. September 2nd. September 2. Then it'll be September 4th on YouTube. So be sure to keep a lookout for that. There'll be all the good stuff. The bracket reveal stream. There'll be the top 5 countdown. There'll be the hype stream. There'll be lots of content going on. Before that, in late August, actually late July, and then late August, there's a 3 for Louisville again. Can't make it. Kansas with a nice rebound there. Douglas, that is a deep 3. I don't know why you're taking the 3 that deep. You got to be smarter with the basketball. You're down 11 points now. There's a double team steal there for the Kansas Jayhawks. Firing it forward to Douglas. Douglas over to Bridges. Bridges, reverse jam. Beautiful. Somehow that was not a backcourt violation. We see a lot of those, which is super weird that it's just like, yeah, we're going to spin, throw it back at the midcourt line. Sure, that won't possibly go poorly. Whitney on the inside, absolute demolition block there. And he just can't get the loose ball, and it's still 2 points to Louisville, who will get back on their bull poop. Franklin up to Douglas. Douglas going to drive it inside. I like the aggressive play there. If you're going to get back in this game, you have to beat Louisville's defense, and when you beat it, you have to get points aggressively. 67 seconds to go here. Battle for the title. Kansas, see if they can find something inside themselves. Maybe like a block or something. Louisville got out to a red-hot, rocket-fast start. And Kansas has not been able to do anything to really get back in this game. Nice pass over to Buckles. Buckles, your 3-point specialist, finds for Bridges, another 3-point specialist. 2 quick passes inside. Anthony can't get it, but Franklin's there. He'll put the ball in the basket and bring them 2 points closer. 38-29. Defensive foul. Will remain Louisville ball. They will key it in from outside. Doug Anthony, first personal. 5 team fouls for Kansas in this half. Can't get the bucket to drop. Oh, Buckles, you gotta throw that ahead. You had a player ready and raring to go for the basket. Franklin backs down the defender into a double team, finds Bridges. Bridges drives inside. He'll dunk it home. It's down to a 7-point lead as the clock ticks down to 0 here in the first half. Marshall, he'll put up a 3. Off the right iron, no good. Anthony with the rebound. That's not even close. We'll just ignore that happened. All right. Kansas attempting to make it a game here in the championship game, which again brought to you by Uncle Ryan's Fart Emporium. Be sure to go to gotfart.com. All the farts you want with none of the hassle. Thank you again for sponsoring the championship game here as Kansas comes out of the first, out on their first possession and immediately gets an offensive foul and turns the ball over. And then immediately picks up a defensive foul. That is 2 fouls in a second. Only 1 second has gone off the clock in the second half. Lawrence driving inside. Kansas has a pretty good defensive presence on the interior, but when they're out of position like that, it is really hard to get the loose ball. Louisville gets a couple of chances at a shot there. It is a 9-point game, 40-31. Buckles, just go up to the left. Just go up left, up left. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Now Bridges has to push it forward. Oh, you can't do that. You can't let him get reset. Oh my God, this game's infuriating. They throw it. They throw it behind them for no reason. So frequently. So frequently. That was a free and easy path to the basket. At least maybe get a foul, something, and then he whips it back to the three-point line. You're like, why? Kansas, quit sucking. There you go, Douglas. There's a nice easy basket. 43-33. 10-point game here. A little over a minute gone. Second half to Lawrence. Lawrence again for three. Nothing doing. Kansas got to take advantage of these misses. You got a Jayhawk flying through the paint. Doesn't find him at all. Instead, they kind of try to set the screen, but he whips it to the left to Douglas. Douglas takes a couple steps inside. Float pass over to Bridges. Bridges well defended. He's going to drive it down to the baseline, trying to drag defenders with him, but he keeps throwing it across the court. Boy, they are begging for a turnover. Intercept me! It was every time that they throw the ball. Bridges on the interior flips up a hook shot. It is no good. And Kansas cannot take advantage of the Louisville misses, which conveniently means that there is a lack of a Louisville defense. And Kansas is trying to bring the ball up. Buckles finds himself a little bit of space. Gets that three-pointer to go home. And it is 43-36. West finds a little space. Finds a jump shot. Pushes the lead back out to 9. They immediately steal the ball. Fantastic. Fantastic work, Kansas. Oh, they get a steal of their own. Buckles jams it home and cuts the lead back down to 7. Be attentive. Don't be angry. Don't be irritated. Just because Louisville is apparently an absolute god at this game, there's no reason to discount Kansas and what they can do. Louisville has been on such a roll. Anthony fires up. Somehow West got that ball. I don't know. That looked weird. Three-pointer is missed. West, he'll get the offensive rebound. Can't put it back, though. So no harm, no foul there for Kansas. You definitely don't want to give up the turnovers, but not that big of a deal. He'll take a mid-range jump shot. Not terrible because Anthony was all alone there to get the offensive rebound, and it is out of bounds against Kansas. I believe he switched his hands. Like he had it in the correct hand and then flipped it into the backboard, and they said, nah, that's out of bounds. Lawrence with a 3. That's no good. Lawrence has not been hitting those shots from deep. It's a 3-on-1 for Kansas. Bridges going to get fouled here. Ben Hill picks up personal foul number 2, team foul number 1. Kansas goes to the line. Douglas shooting 100% from the free throw line. Misses the second one. Everybody misses it. Kansas, 3-point play the hard way. Make, miss, put back. 6-point game. Louisville's not out of it yet. Lawrence here keeps taking shots from beyond the arc and not making it. Kansas has a very good interior defense that gets a lot of blocks, but I do think forces a lot of rough shots as well, as you saw in that last possession. Kansas is starting to get a little momentum. They're starting to get some bounces to go their way. They have cut this lead down to 4. But even on that last possession, Kansas just getting a little bounce, getting that shot that was definitely missing in the first half. Now it's dropped. Now you have Louisville giving you an extra little possession here. Buckles just get across the 3-point line. Use a screen. That's inside. That's a foul. That doesn't go, but it's close. 47-43. Ben Hill picking up his 3rd personal foul. 2nd team foul. Sam Buckles, 75% from the line. Make it 80% and make it a 2-point game. Somehow, through some miracle, through the sponsorship of Uncle Ryan's Fart Emporium, we have a game. Oh my goodness, a steal by Kansas. They'll throw it ahead. Douglas jams it home, and we have a tie game. Oh, wow. I never thought someone pinched me. I must be dreaming. I never thought I would see this happen. Louisville was ahead by as many as 14. West gets inside. Go Bird. Douglas, that's a good find. Push it forward even further, Buckles. That's a nice jam to make it a 49-49 game. Go Farts. Yeah, sure. Almost a 5-second violation. Finds, I believe that's Marshall on the interior. Kansas has to keep this momentum going. They can't give it back. Throws it to Anthony. Yeah, West just stepped up and got right in front of that pass. Nice interior defense. Oh man, remember when it was tied? That was exciting. There you go. Nice find for Buckles there. Louisville doing a good job getting back on defense, not making it too easy. Franklin's probably not the player you want driving the basketball like that. A little float to his right-hand side and gets that bobble and drop. (55-51) here in the championship game with under 4 to go. It's been a largely Louisville affair, but Kansas, has made it at least interesting. Okay. I strongly disagree with that. He looked like he was not close to that. There's a nice steal by Douglas. Douglas bounced past to Buckles. Buckles back to Douglas. Douglas couldn't get it off the rim. Somehow that wasn't a foul. Looked like there was a lot of contact. Says the host, desperate for a fantastic finish for a final match. Hoping that maybe Louisville will just not win off the right iron. Or left iron, excuse me. No, that was the right iron. Left iron. It was a left iron. It doesn't matter. It was a miss. Yeah, take advantage. Enjoy it while it lasts. That was a terrible pass. Howe just stood right in the way. Marshall, he'll get fouled on the way up. He'll go to the line to shoot 2. Bridges picking up personal foul, number 2. Team foul number 4. Connors coming in for Franklin. I was about to compliment them. They did a good job to get around the... They did such a good job. God dang it. They did such a good job to get around the defense and then just threw it away. This game is so dumb. I have regrets on using this game. Defensive foul, Kansas ball. There's a nice shot up and in. They're not too far out of this game. They have a couple of good defensive possessions. They can't give up the makes, though. They need their blocks. They've been doing so well at getting great blocks on the interior. There's a nice play. There's a nice jam to cut the lead down to 5 under 2 to go. Bounce pass back to Lawrence. Inside to Howe. There's a nice block. They just can't get the loose balls. Oh, that one rattles around and drops. 7-point game. Timeout Kansas. 1:42 remaining. Louisville's been up by as many as 14. Kansas has tied it, though. Are you kidding me? Why? Why are you making the decisions you are making, Kansas? I don't know if I would have called a timeout there. You had surprisingly lenient defense on that last inbound pass. And you just keep throwing it forward. Buckles, he's a three-point specialist. He'll find Bridges, a fellow three-point specialist. Bridges for three. No good. The tip-in is good, though. Leads down to 5. Kansas most likely will foul here. Maybe we'll get it to the minute mark before. A screen play there. Whitney to Marshall. Marshall back to Whitney. 18 seconds on the shot clock. 54 to go in the game. Kansas, no! You idiots! What are you doing? Oh my God. You absolute bonehead university graduates. Are you kidding me? They were down to 4 seconds on the shot clock. Now's a good time to foul. They were going to get like just a wacky jacked up 3 that probably wasn't going to make it. They're blessed with a missed free throw though. 63-57. Now the good news is that Kansas shouldn't throw it all the way down the floor. Okay. Buckles with the ball here. Spin move 3 got blocked. Has a little more room that time around. Can't get it. Kansas showed some fight here in the second half. They played much better. Unfortunately, they just wasn't enough. Louisville's going to win their 3rd freaking tournament in a row. Great. Fantastic. This game's too stupid to know how to deal with a full court defense. Throw it over the middle every single time. Great. Not sure what Douglas is doing here, or Franklin. Inside to Anthony. Anthony can't even get that to go, so that's exciting. That's great. Fantastic news. Huge fan. Super thrilled right now. (65-57) is your final score. Unranked Louisville dispatching just measly opponent after measly opponent for these guys. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Louisville takes an 18-game winning streak through 3 separate tournaments and wins yet again. So congratulations to Louisville. You are now officially retired. I am done dealing with your garbage. Unless there's a way to like adjust your playing style to which you don't ever use full court defense. Because apparently it is just godlike to every team, even the number 2 ranked team in the country. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed that whole tournament, all 64 games of it. I know some of it wasn't the most exciting basketball, but that sometimes is what happens. Some of it had some pretty bizarre bonehead endings, and just a good tournament all around. That was the championship game, which again, brought to you by Uncle Ryan's Fart Emporium. Go to gotfarts.com for all your farting needs, all the farts you want, none of the hassle. Thank you again for sponsoring that final championship game. This is actually backwards. Washington will host the Cougars in game number 1 of September Mascot Madness, tipping off in September. It'll be the first week of September there for you. They'll be here on YouTube on the weekends. They'll be on Twitch during the weekdays. And hopefully hopefully we'll see you there for that one. We had a great number of predictions this time around. Hopefully we can bump that up a little bit and get even more predictions in for the next one. Speaking of predictions, we'll give you the final rundown. Congratulations to Matt's predictions, who was in first for the entirety of the tournament. Every time I checked, he was in first. It's a guessing game, had the last shot to get the first place, to get the win, but couldn't do it because Florida failed in the final four game. Fart King finishes in third, Go Cougars in fourth, Beebs picks in fifth, and I finished in sixth, because that's what happens when you lose. Three of your final four teams in the first day. So there you have it. Again, thank you so much for watching. If you like this kind of content, scroll on down, hit that subscribe button, ring the bell so you know what's going on here on YouTube. You'll be notified, you'll never miss a video, and you'll be prepped and ready for September Mascot Madness, because you'll see in your notifications, like, oh my gosh, the Mascot Madness bracket reveal happened today. I should go to whatever website I end up putting it and fill out a bracket right now, and I'll be super ready for when that tournament tips off in September, which you can watch all happen live over on twitch.tv/Shaunosaurus Rex. It's a good time. I highly encourage you to do it, and goodbye Louisville, because you're being retired. Thank you so much for watching. Again, hopefully you enjoyed. Have a great rest of your night. We'll see you in about 6 months. Bye-bye. There'll be tons of Twitch streams, but March Mascot Madness, 6 months. More Twitch streams all the time.